What's up? What's going on with you guys? Happy Tuesday. This is Chaos with Chaotic. I'm your host, Chaotic Truth. Guys, the link is dropped. We're gonna do a panel immediately, as quick as you guys call in. Please, guys, refrain from using vulgarity. Refrain from saying anything that is explicit. We're gonna have a good conversation today about a multiplicity of topics, but the core topic for tonight is, or for this evening, is Tyree Nichols. I did a show about this the other day on my channel, and as you all know, I cover a lot of conservative talking points, a lot of trending topics dealing with a multiplicity of political topics, social topics, etc. And obviously, with Tyree Nichols, this is the most trending topic out there right now. Tyree Nichols was a 29-year-old African-American man. Unfortunately, a police encounter led to his demise. And I gave my thoughts and I gave my opinions on said topic on my channel. And when I did, all the information wasn't there, and all the information is still not out just yet. But today is an additional opportunity for me to talk about it, because I was not aware at the time of the live stream that there was a possibility that Tyree Nichols had been in some sort of a relationship with one of the 5 officers. And that in itself causes another dilemma as well. And maybe this was some sort of retribution if this allegation or rumor is true. I don't know. But I do know this. I am pro cop, pro police. I would never want to live in a society where there is disrespect of the police or a defunding of the police. The police are here to maintain law and order. They're here to keep us safe. And if you are a police officer out there, salute to you, by the way. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. I have always said this, and I will continue to say this. Me working in not law enforcement, because technically probation is the courts, but me working in the courts as a probation officer, it was my first job out of college. Hated it, by the way. I had the opportunity to work around police officers, parole officers, judges, etc. And I can tell you that these individuals are definitely needed in a society. I can also tell you that working around police officers and individuals who are here to enforce the law, there needs to be an overhaul in America. And that overhaul is, in my opinion, that overhaul is, there needs to be a IQ standard, a intelligence quotient standard. I wish I had the data in front of me, but I would argue that the average male IQ in America is probably 85, maybe 90. Genius level, I believe, is past 120. I would argue that policing needs to have high IQ individuals with some sort of baccalaureate degree, preferably a master's degree, and preferably with a high IQ, over 95 maybe. Increase the salary, because what I'm seeing nationwide, at least what the media is portraying, is, what's up, everybody, by the way? I'm going to get to everybody, by the way. But what I'm seeing nationwide, I don't believe that there's systemic racism. I don't believe that there is a systemic corrupted aspect in policing, but I do believe that there is large numbers, and I'm not going to give out a number, right? But I do believe that there is a large number of individuals, no matter the ethnic group or race, there's a large group of individuals who are not intelligent enough for policing. Policing every situation. I dated a police officer many years ago, and she used to tell me every situation was different. Policing takes a certain level of talent. One minute you might be dealing with a call for a kid who is choking. Then the next minute you might have a call to help some old lady fix a tire. Then the next minute you might be on call for a open and live shootout somewhere. So policing goes from 0 to 100. It goes from hero to savior, in the human aspect of savior, in less than a minute, or and a, a lot of these interactions that end in um, what is referred to as police brutality, a lot of these altercations that lead to eventual death. If you just look at the situation, you will see an individual who made an error in judgment, though the intent may not have been to, you know, harm the individual. Like, for example, I don't believe that Derek Chauvin, excuse me, I don't believe that he woke up that morning saying that he was going to kill anyone, right? I don't believe he did. And I believe that he was a good police officer. And I, to a degree, don't believe that he should be in prison. I believe that his appeal should be fought and his appeal should be won. However, excuse me, guys, sorry about that. However, he made a lot of errors that day, at least from the perspective of me, right? From the perspective of me looking at it, he made a lot of errors. Was George Floyd innocent? Absolutely not. You could argue that George Floyd died because of drug usage. But you could also argue that Derek Chauvin probably didn't have a high IQ and he made a lot of errors. And when you're dealing with human life, right? When you're dealing with a sentient being, a human being at that, I don't believe that there is any room for error. We don't have stupid doctors, right? Doctors generally in America go through the same process. Doctors, and I know a lot of medical doctors, they're intelligent. Um, they're intelligent in the sciences. They're intelligent in mathematics. They're intelligent in problem solving. Now, can all doctors become surgeons? I don't know. I mean, that's a specialty. But the fact that you went through high school, you went through your baccalaureate degree, you went through your master's program. Oh, not master's. I'm sorry. You went through some people go through master's program, but when you got into medical school and you studied for hours on end and you researched and you practiced and you went to lab, you're qualified after 4 years, and then you go through a residency. Residency is 3 years. So you're talking about 7 years of post baccalaureate training. 7. Because there is no room for error in being a doctor. So we set the standard high for being a doctor. We set the standard high for individuals who are rocket scientists, right? You wouldn't want somebody who has a low IQ to work on a rocket, work in rocket propulsion technology, or etc., and then to have a finished product flying over a metropolitan area or any other area for that matter. So the same thing with policing. Policing, in my opinion, some of these academies are 20 weeks. Some of these academies are lowering the standards for women in terms of physicality. Now in Memphis, they've lowered the they lowered the standards in Memphis by I believe by 50%. The credentials, college credentials that were once required, which was I think 46, was dropped down to 23. And physical requirements are reduced because of women. And not to knock women, women naturally are not stronger than men. But the fact of the matter is that the policing in America is diluted. It's become diluted. And what you need physically superior and you need mentally superior human beings. And you need to pay them good. I'm almost willing to bet. I'm almost willing to bet this, right? If you raised the minimum salary for policing in big cities from, I think the national average is about 50,000. If you raise the national average salary to, let's say, 120,000, if you raise the intelligence quotient about 5 or 6 points, if you made it mandatory for police officers to have a baccalaureate degree, and you made the training longer, I'm willing to bet that you will have a mass reduction at scale in terms of uh, corruption, police brutality, in situations like this with Tyree Nichols. What I saw the other day on that video, and I'm not going to play the video, and I'm going to read just only 2 articles. I don't want to bore you guys to death. The link is dropped. What I saw the other day was a travesty. Was Tyree Nichols innocent? In my opinion, no. Tyree Nichols was resisting arrest. Tyree Nichols was fighting back against 5 police officers. Was he a career criminal? As far as I know, no. But he did a lot of wrong things that night. Now, the police, all of them, they made incredible errors in judgment that night. And it's on video. The excess or the excessive use of force, the lack, and I mean total lack and disregard of professionalism. The fact that I know it's Memphis, Tennessee. I know people down south have a southern drawl. But the fact is that you couldn't even understand what they're saying after the arrest. And even during the altercation, it sounded like an after school fight. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like an after school fight. And to be completely honest with you, it was absolutely disgusting on those officers' parts. And there's a lot of rumors out there, and I'm going to get into that as well. But before I do, guys, salute to everybody in chat. Guys, get the likes up. Happy Tuesday. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. Let me drop the link one more time. I'm about to drop the link, guys. We could just have one-on-ones, call in. Let me see who was in the building, guys. There's a lot of chat going in, so obviously super chats will get priority. Again, guys, when you call in, just refrain from using vulgarity. I'm so excited to be here on this Tuesday. We got Artie in the building. Artie, positivity is definitely going your way. Hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you. We got Granddad. Salute to you, sir. Hope all is well with you and yours. We got the Black Baron. Salute to you. We got Seven Still. What's up, Seven Still? Positivity is definitely coming your way. We got X Blaze in the building. Positivity is definitely going your way too, X Blaze. Who else do we have? We have Honest Citizen. We got Tavares. We got JQ. What's up, JQ? Positivity is definitely going your way. We got Sharon Compton in the building. Salute to you, Sharon Compton. We got a normal nerd. Positivity is definitely going your way. A normal nerd. We got Vic in the building. Thank you so much, Vic. Positivity is definitely going your way. Who else do we have in the building? We got Ronnie in the building. Salute to you, Ronnie. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Salute to you. We got tech nobility in the building. Positivity is definitely going your way. Tech nobility. Guys, get the likes up. Share the video. We got Dark Relief saying salute, chaotic. Salute to you. Hey, man, I hope, I'm so glad that you guys come here on Tuesdays. I'm so glad that you guys support the Lapeef Network. I'm so glad that you guys support all the shows that are on the Lapeef Network. I'm so glad that you guys are members. You guys definitely love hitting the super chats, which the Lapeef Network appreciates. Share the video, share the likes with, share the video with people, share the channel with people. I appreciate the fact that you guys are at work and you're listening. Salute to you all. Positivity is definitely going your way. And guys, by the way, send out positivity to people in your network, in your circle. All it takes is just an email or a text message. Positivity travels at the speed of light. So all you got to do is it's like a radio wave of sorts, right? You can't see a radio wave, but you know it exists. So positivity is a wave too within the universe, and it travels at the speed of light. So send it out to somebody across the nation. They can receive it like that. It travels, it travels at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. So just send it out to somebody. Happy Tuesday once again. Who else do we have? We got Prime Time in the building. We got Young and Blessed says CT, a degree does not qualify someone to make sound and rational decisions. Young and Blessed, hear me out for a minute. I'm not saying that a degree qualifies someone to make sound and rational decisions. I'm saying that a police overhaul, right? If you go by certain metrics, right? A bachelor's degree means that you have studied core material involving policing. You are studying statistics. You are studying the history of policing. You are studying policy and procedure. You are taking an academic approach to policing. That means that you're engaging in study. You're focused. Generally, people who take an academic approach to a skill set do better than people who don't. Now, it could just be a general statement. But if what we are saying is true, then we can say the same thing about being a medical doctor. What does it matter if you have a MD? I could study for 20 years on YouTube, 20 years in the library. I could study for 20 years on becoming a surgeon because information is free, right? But Young and Blessed, I bet you no parent in their right mind, I bet you no adult in their right mind would ever let me operate on them if I told them that. Because we as human beings have codified intelligence through certain metrics. And one of those is having a baccalaureate degree just as a starting point. I get what you're saying. Trust me, I do. But I'm willing to bet if you did a analysis, your best cops, your best firefighters, your best EMT, I'm pretty sure that they have degrees. How do we know this? Look at the people who rise through the ranks. Even in Memphis. Now, people are trying to downplay the police chief. I understand that. There's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of things going on even with her. But give me a city where a police chief doesn't have a bachelor's degree at this point. That's all I'm asking. Now, I could be wrong, but I would prefer that the police chief has at least a bachelor's degree. Because a bachelor's degree lets me know that you can read, you can write, you can put a sentence together. I would argue that most of those dudes, those 5 officers, don't even have a college degree. Look at the way that they were talking. I couldn't understand half what they were saying. And I'm not knocking anybody who doesn't have a college degree. I'm just saying that for a complete police overhaul on a national scale, preferably police should have a bachelor's degree as a part of the metric. Bachelor's degree, high IQ, and they need to go through a rigorous training process, not some watered down, fast paced microwave BS program that Memphis has done, because Memphis lowered their standards. Give me a second here, guys. Who is this in the back? Mr. Black Sheep, what's going on, man? How you doing? Positivity is definitely going your way. What's up, Japrice? Positivity is definitely going your way, Japrice. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Mr. Black Sheep. I'm pretty good. Go ahead, sir.
The last comment you had up by CT, I think it was, right?
That was about, let me see.
The cops needing that just because police officers have degrees doesn't make them competent police officers.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually right. Just because you have a college degree does not make you a competent police officer. It does not make you a competent pilot. It does not make you a competent doctor. It doesn't make you competent. It makes you knowledgeable, but it doesn't make you competent. You see what I'm saying?
I'm letting you rock it out. Go ahead, sir.
No, you good. You go ahead. It's a two-way discussion. I'm not here to just bash you or anything, you know.
You know, we're focusing too much on the degree, right? I gave certain metrics, right? And one of those was the degree. I'm 38 years old, sir. And what I can tell you is this. The college process prepares you for a level of thinking that the non-college process doesn't have. The idea that your officer has a college degree means that they've gone through at least a 4-year academic program. They weren't microwaved into a job. They took 4 years at least for me to become an officer. So I have a certain level of, and I'm not saying officers who don't have degrees don't have respect for the job, but if I go to school for 4 years and I read theories, I read about community policing in the 70s, I read about when police officers walked beats, I researched the foundation of policing, which were the bobbies in the UK. And if I know these things and I understand broken windows theory and all of these things, I can give a intelligent view on an academic level, or I will have an intelligent view of my job. Not to say that people who don't have degrees don't, but college, right? In my opinion, because I went to college like most people did. College, you're writing papers, you're doing research, you're interacting with thousands of people who are focused on study. So your verbal communication is better. Your social skills are better because you're around so many people. Not everybody in college develops all these skills, and not everybody who didn't go to college, they may have better skills than some college people, but generally college prepares you for a better understanding of your profession. That's why we don't rely on a non-medical doctor in terms of paperwork to perform surgery. Nobody in their right mind will let a back alley voodoo doctor work on their kids. No. And I got to use Dr. Sebi for this. People talked about Dr. Sebi for years. But I found it funny that nobody took their kids to Dr. Sebi. Nobody's taking their kids to the bushes, because we as human beings, at least from the way that I see it, we have an understanding that this person has gone through some sort of a process to become a doctor, to become a lawyer, to become an engineer. And that's why we don't rely on someone to build something at full scale and put it out in the public if it's not somebody who's qualified to do so, generally
Can
with a
I?
degree. Go ahead.
Do you think Amber Heard's lawyer was a competent lawyer?
Amber Heard. So we're talking about an attorney who's representing an entertainer. That's what we're talking about, right?
Hey, according to your standards, she also went to college. She also knows how to do her job. But was she competent at her job?
I
The only
believe
reason
that
the only reason I'm bringing up the college thing is because you did, and the fact that you're equating that knowing about your profession makes you competent at your profession. Just because you know something doesn't mean you're competent at it.
but sir, we're missing the point here. It's not just the college degree with policing. You're going to have to get high IQ people, in my opinion, for a police overhaul.
But how many of those high IQ people are going to actually want to be police officers?
You're looking at a deficit of police officers. I'm going to tell you something real quick. If you increase the salary of policing by 50 to 100,000, best believe you will have all types of high IQ people. I'll tell you something right now. Wall Street is a perfect example of this. You have individuals on Wall Street that are at Goldman Sachs, that are at these big financial institutions. They have degrees in rocket science, engineering, mathematics, etc. You know why? Because a mathematics degree is very good, but if I could make a quarter or $300,000 a year on Wall Street, why would I take a job as a statistician somewhere in the government when I could just be making two or three times that much? So people who are intelligent will take the high paying jobs at the end of the day. Doesn't matter what it is. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say there are this massive amount of high intelligent people wanting to be police officers for $150,000 a year.
Starting off, yeah.
Are you willing to take that tax increase in order to subsidize that $150,000 per officer per year starting off?
Of course I would, because I'm pro-police. I'm pro-order. I'm pro-America.
But the majority of people can't afford that. So where would you prefer those tax dollars come from? What other part of the society should we diminish in order to uplift the police departments?
Well, here goes the thing.
Would you take it from the schools, or would you take it from the military, or social benefits?
So when you pay your federal taxes, right? Your federal taxes go into the budget, right? The United States, what is the word I'm looking for? The United States divvies up the funds, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of money that goes into NASA, right? I think it's less than 1 penny. Like, I think it's like less than a half of a penny on the dollar or something like that. Decrease funds in, when it comes to something like NASA, or I would even argue. Go ahead.
Oh, just ad-libbing.
I would argue, yes, decreasing, reducing the budget when it even comes to the military budget. Yes. Because we are not at war right now. We're giving billions of dollars to the Ukraine right now. So why not say, hey, look, the government, hey, look, you can give all this money to the Ukraine, to these foreigners, to this foreign country. Why can't you make it a national initiative to fund these local departments, or at least in the major cities, and pay people high-end salaries?
All right. Just for the record, I do support the full funding of Ukraine, but that's a different topic, obviously.
Yeah.
I would say Yeah, I would agree that we probably could use a lot of the military budget on maybe completely restructuring how we police in America. But what's the likelihood of the politicians going along with that?
I mean, I can't speak for the for the likelihood of what politicians will do. I can't speak for the likelihood of what can be done. I know this: you as the citizen, or we as the citizens, depending on where you live at, you can reach out to your congressman. Um, listen, man, you can
You
get
say
500. Go
you
ahead.
say that, but the people down in Atlanta would have a different story for you, right? Their citizens are speaking out saying, hey, we don't want you to build this police station in the middle of this forest. And they're like, we don't really give a, we don't really care, right? So how much pull do you really have when it comes to divvying up the funds in order to do what you know is right versus corporate interest? Because it is corporate interest if you really
In
look at it.
in Atlanta, right?
In Atlanta, yes.
In Atlanta, right? The crime has gotten so out of hand that Buckhead, you know about Buckhead, right?
Yep.
Buckhead wants to the individuals who are in Buckhead. You're talking about $1 million condos in Buckhead, by the way. People don't know. I've been going to Atlanta since '96, and I know Anton doesn't like Atlanta, but I love Atlanta, by the way. The people in Buckhead are saying, "Look, we should form our own city." The fact of the matter is that generally people with money, people who are intelligent, will say enough's enough. So these things can happen. Can they not?
Well, I'm not really sure how you go about creating your own municipality, but I guess you can.
You can
Somehow.
it's been done
I mean,
before. When it's been done
yeah,
before.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't know the process into getting that. But back to the police departments, right? So well, wouldn't it be better to, instead of spending millions and millions of dollars in building a new police department or training facility, putting that into better training the police officers? Like you can use
No,
what you
because
have already.
we're missing the point here. A lot of people are dumb. And I mean that with the utmost respect. I'm dumb compared to the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm dumb compared to the likes of Lawrence Krauss. I'm dumb when it compares to the likes of Sylvester James Gates. These are theoretical physicists. These are astrophysicists. I'm dumb compared to the likes of medical doctors. When it comes to need in life, hey, I mean, I love doing content on YouTube, but people need a doctor more than they need me, probably. When it comes to their life, I know people like listening to us, but I know that this doctor, though may not have a platform, but this doctor is important to thousands, if not tens of thousands of human beings, practically speaking. I know people feel good to hear content creators. That's fine. But people need doctors. And what I'm saying is this too. People need good policing. So people need smart police officers. You already have to be, in my opinion, you should already have to, you should already be smart when you enter into training. That's the way that I look at it.
Yeah.
So an IQ test. Okay, does he have a high or does she have a high IQ? Are they able to use logic and reasoning? Are they able to, I mean, they're not lawyers, but are they able to understand law? You know, are they able to think like a lawyer in the field? That's what we need. Those officers in Memphis, I would bet that, and I'm not trying to knock these officers specifically. I would say large numbers of officers. 80, 85 IQ. They shouldn't be police officers. Bouncers at a club, yes. Security guards, yes. Writing meter maid tickets, yes. Policing, no.
So
They're not rational. They're not rational. They're not able to use good decision making skills. They're not able to de-escalate. And instead of using logic and reasoning, they use violence. And typically, people with lower IQs result to violence more often. That's the truth. Go ahead.
I would say that if you were to take the city of Memphis, since that's the topic of discussion.
Yes, sir.
And okay, so what level of IQ would you say would be acceptable?
Again,
the city of Memphis.
when I was earlier, I said this. The IQ has to be at minimum a 90.
A 90.
A 90
okay.
At minimum.
So if you take everybody who's below a 90 and fire all those people, what do you do in the meantime?
So here goes the thing, right? And this is just me talking, right? You don't fire. You don't fire anybody. You don't fire anybody, right?
So what do you? Okay.
You grandfather people in. You can't fire somebody who you just hired. This person depends on this salary. This person, you're gonna eventually wipe out this generation because they just age out eventually. So 20 or 30 years from now, you will begin to see the effects of hiring more intelligent people.
But at the rate of college education, you're not going to get the same amount of numbers as you would. Hold on, you wouldn't get the same amount.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. No, you're good.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does it take? I don't know how old you are, right?
I'm 31.
I'm 38, right? When I was a kid, yep. When I was a kid, you could go into a McDonald's. And follow this example for me. You can go into a McDonald's. It could be 25 kids working there. Now, you go into a McDonald's now. It may be 7, 8 people working there. Automation. Automation, 2 or 3 drive-through lines. The process has changed, right? So you don't need as many people so you don't need as many people for a level of functionality, right? So McDonald's is still producing the same product, right? But now, in my opinion, a place like McDonald's is more efficient now. I go right inside. I can order on the kiosk. I go right to the counter, get my food. But back in the 90s, you had to wait in line. You had to, and you still probably have to wait in line now. But the process was slower, in my opinion, back then than it is now. So I say all this to say this.
So you want RoboCops?
No. You can have a certain level of functionality without as many police officers.
I'm sorry, Murphy popped in my head when you brought in automation.
No, what I'm saying is that you can have a certain level of functionality without as many police officers. So if the police officers are smart, if the community recognizes this,
hold on now.
Then you may have a reduction in police. If you go ahead.
You said that. Okay, repeat the last one. You said that the police department can survive on a reduction in.
If the police officers are more intelligent, if the police officers if they are more intelligent, you have more technologies. Let's say you have more cameras. Let's say you have better investigation units. Let's say you have better crime scene units. Then criminals will have a second thought about conducting their criminal behavior. There's a gentleman, and I don't want to mention his name. This is what he told me on my channel. And I don't want to say his name, but I'm pretty sure he's listening. He said when he was 19 years old, and if you know who I'm talking about, you definitely call in too. When he was 19 years old, he was doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Catch my drift here, right, Mr. Black Sheep?
Yep.
He said the police officer, instead of arresting him, just follow me, took what he had, threw it away, and let him go about his day. Now, give me a second here. I rock with this individual. I like when he calls into the show, or my show at least. But everybody on the panel said that police officer and you are the reason why there's so much violence, so much crime in these communities. He allowed your behavior to continue because he was lackadaisical. See, somebody who has high intelligence knows, listen, if we let you go, you're going to go tell other people that this is what you got away with. And the cycle continues over and over and over and over. There needs to be a police officer who recognizes this and says, we can't have this lackadaisical policing because it's going to spill over. And I feel like a lot of lower IQ cops do this. Lazy policing. They're thinking maybe, hey, maybe this might change his life. And this happens a lot. I feel like smarter. I'll tell you something real quick, Mr. Black Sheep. The best professors I ever had in college and the most intelligent ones were the ones who didn't give you no breaks. Were the ones who.
So the person you're referring to, was that their last encounter with the police?
No, it was not. And that's what and that's why I hope he calls in, because that's what we were trying to say. You didn't stop your criminal behavior because him letting you go was a total breakdown in what law and order really is. And I feel like lower IQ cops do this all the time, or lazy cops. There needs to be. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just thinking out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's giving somebody a second chance. Isn't being lazy. Now, if you're doing it all the time just to sit in your squad car and do nothing, watching Pornhub all day, yeah, you're being a lazy cop then. But just giving somebody a chance doesn't make you lazy. It makes you. I would say it makes you kind of the picturesque ideal of a police officer to protect and serve. It's kind of like he was given that individual an opportunity because he knew if he did all that man's life would be ruined. Now, granted, he continued his criminal activity, but that was on the child's, on that individual's prerogative to do that, right? Like, I've been in that situation, and I've only been arrested one time in my life. All right, one time. And that was enough for me. I got my ass in a truck and started driving, and I've been good ever since. Like, it's on the individual to take that opportunity and to expound on it.
What happened? So let me ask you a question real quick, right? The 5 officers in Memphis. You saw the video, right?
Yeah, and I've heard the rumors you've heard.
Was their conversation intelligible after the incident?
No.
Where do you think that comes from?
Hood mentality.
Do
But
you
it takes
think?
the hood to police the hood, wouldn't you say?
No, no,
You wouldn't?
absolutely, absolutely not. It takes superior minded people to police the hood.
Would you say the cop in that Florida school event was a high intelligent individual that should have been a police officer?
What cop? Who?
The one down in Florida during that school event, right? You feeling me? Who, instead of going after the perpetrator, hid while the perpetrator went throughout the school. You feel me?
So
Would you say
cowardice.
he?
Go ahead.
Would you say
Go ahead.
he was a high intelligent police officer?
I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know. I've go ahead.
Because you're equating high intelligence with being good police, but good police,
No, I'm
that's something
equating
different.
high. I'm equating a good. I'm equating a codified version of policing or a good police officer based on metrics that I've defined.
Okay.
At minimum, a baccalaureate degree. At minimum, a high IQ. At minimum, a certain physical standard. You know, I would even argue that most police officers should be over 5'7", 5'8". Um, Policing needs to change. You need to be an effective communicator. You ever notice a lot of times in these police shootings or police so-called brutality things, the police are so stupid that they're giving 50 and 60 different commands. In Memphis, in that incident with Tyree Nichols, according to the news, they gave 77 different commands.
I
So,
agree.
so you're dealing with somebody, and we don't know what Tyree was on. He probably was. I don't know whether he was sober or not. But you may be dealing with somebody who's on drugs, on alcohol. You're giving him 70, 80 different commands. Then you, as the police officer, there's 5 of you, you're all screaming. It's a lack of intelligence, man. It has nothing, in my opinion, nothing to do with race.
Okay.
It's a matter of American police officers at the local levels. A lot of them are just not bright for real. And I'm not saying all of them. And I don't even want to give a number. And I rock with police officers. But the fact is that you're going to have to overhaul the police. And at minimum, a bachelor's. At minimum, somebody with a high IQ. Go ahead.
I'll let the other gentleman go below me. I got to absorb all that.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
what's going on?
What's up, man?
What's going on, CT? Man, I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm all right,
I'm not
man.
gonna.
Awesome.
I'm not gonna be here long. I just wanted to point out that there is a county that is already doing exactly what you said, and they figured out how to pay for the increase in the pay for the police department. In fact, it is Gaston County Police Department in North Carolina. You could actually look it up. The requirement is a bachelor's degree. The requirement is a bachelor's degree. You also submit your social media for investigation prior to being hired. Also, you must be at least 20 years of age prior to being hired. So, with all of that being said, that was passed, I want to say it was 7 years ago. And the way they paid for it was with it was actually on the ballot, a tax increase. And it was overwhelming. Yes, it was something like 70 some odd percent voted yes on that particular issue on the ballot. Also, what they saw in Gaston County was a reduction in crime of about 30 something percent over the
30
next
something
5 years. Yeah, it was huge. So, I like if the stats say that you're right. The one county, I believe it's the only county in America that has that high level of requirement for entry.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying you can look all of this up. So like if the citizenry do not want the police presence, you know what? You get what you get. I mean, that's what happens. Like you have to pay those people for their time and their education.
Mm.
So like it's gonna come with a cost. But on the back end of that, what are you looking at when you can now say, wow, we've decreased crime,
Mm.
and which has prompted growth in the city, by the way. So I just wanted to point that out.
I actually just typed it in. I'm gonna look up Gaston. I think you had mentioned. I think maybe not you, but maybe somebody else had mentioned Gaston before. I know I've heard it online from somebody. But what I want, Mr. Black Sheep, and thank you so much, the AP. What I want people to understand is this, right? So Mr. Black Sheep was asking good questions. Mr. Black Sheep, can you name a Fortune 500 company where the CEO does not have a college degree?
Real quick, I was going to ask the guy a question before he goes
He
off, but
dropped
I'm pretty
down, but I'm
sure.
pretty sure
Oh, okay.
he just dropped down. I'm pretty sure he'll be back though. Go ahead,
I'm
sir.
pretty sure crime has been reducing nationwide year over year. If not, I'm pretty sure somebody would tell me that, right?
Mhm.
But someone who doesn't have a college degree, I think Zuckerberg's a college dropout, isn't he?
You know, I love when people mention Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have a college degree. Here goes the difference. Mark Zuckerberg voluntarily dropped out of Harvard. Harvard has an acceptance rate, I believe, of 8%. Harvard is the premier college on the planet. Even the fact that an individual went to Harvard and didn't finish, a lot of times is better than the college dropout. I mean, than the person who went to college and got a bachelor's degree. Going to Harvard, getting accepted into Harvard, walking on that campus, going to class is far better than going to Minnesota State College. It's far better than going to Seattle Community College. So Mark Zuckerberg was already intelligent. Going to Harvard is an indicator. Give me a second. Going to Harvard is an indicator of intelligence, because that means that you are at least academically more intelligent than any student at any of these state colleges throughout the country, because they didn't get into Harvard. That's the way that I look at it. But how do you look at it, though? Go ahead, sir.
I would say that's more of trying to maintain their brand recognition as being one of the top schools. But I was just wondering what was the question for of the CEOs who didn't go to college.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that we don't. Let's use Walmart. Let's use Disney. Let's use Amazon. Any of these Fortune 500 companies, they're ran obviously by elite people, and obviously by people who have college degrees. A college degree is an indicator of a multiplicity of things. I don't want to sound like a broken record, and it is. And the fact of the matter is that there are things in college, particularly if you go to a 4-year residential college, there are things that you go through at the college level that you just don't get immediately after high school in the real world. Now, is the real world practical? Is the real world have there been successful people? Yeah, of course. But college is an indicator of at least academic intelligence. So having that as a starting point with policing, I believe that you will reduce a lot, of corruption or a lot of police brutality. Because again, it's not like the cops are going out there wanting to be brutal or I'm pretty sure those 5 cops didn't have, they didn't wake up that morning and say, "Hey guys, we're gonna do this with Tyree." No. But again, I believe it's just the fact that these cops, now they could have now listen, I could be wrong. These cops could have went to school. I have no idea. But what I'm saying is that when you're in college, you don't tend to want to fight. Are there fights in college? Sure. But generally, college is a place of academic pursuit. So you will have a graduate who's earned something. He gets into the real world. He's not going to want to mess something up. Now, do people mess things up with a college degree? Of course they do. But that's just my opinion on it. Go ahead, sir.
I think the Air Force is the only one of the 5 branches that require a college degree. So would you say that all branches of the military should require a college degree?
I believe that the military, first of all, I have a respect beyond belief for the military. Thank you guys so much if you're in the military, for providing for my freedom, at least. The military has mastered it. The enlisted are for the non-degreed people generally, and the officers are for the degreed. Am I not mistaken, right? So my cousin, he's a retired, what did he retire? I think a colonel. He's damn near a general. But he has all types of bachelor's and master's degree. And the dude is super intelligent. So he has the ability to command people to do things, to order people to do things, because his intelligence is there. That's why at the highest levels of the military, or at the officer level at least, they do want you to have a college degree.
Okay.
Now, you could be a soldier. Listen, you could be a soldier. You don't need a college degree to pick up a gun and, go ahead.
The police departments are set up the same way. You don't need a college degree to be a patrolman, but you do need a college degree to be a detective and a sergeant.
But here goes the thing, though. Every detective has been a patrolman. But see, the thing about the military is that you can literally have a degree, go to officer, to was it OTC, and become an officer, and immediately have authority over your enlisted subordinates. That's not how it is. I'm sorry.
Or you could go to college while you're in the military, get your college degree, and go by it that way.
But what you're saying is this, right? So, a detective.
Yep.
Rank in the police departments aren't like the rank in the military.
No.
A detective is a specialized police officer. They do investigations, right? A detective can't walk somewhere and tell a patrolman what to do, because a patrolman has a sergeant. That sergeant answers to, I'm assuming, a supervisor or a lieutenant. A detective,
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that really works with the detective, but in the military, an officer is an officer. That's the difference. Go ahead.
And you said in the military, an officer is an officer.
Meaning that an officer can walk past you, and you as an enlisted, you got to do this. Whereas if you're just a patrolman and some detective walks by, you don't have to say anything to him. Hey, who the hell are you? You're not.
I don't think that's true. You might want to look that one up. I think the the rankings are basically kind of the same, I would say.
Tia Marie said at least one of the officers attended college where he was the president of his local chapter, Omega Psi Phi. That chapter was suspended for alleged hazing. Now, let's be honest, guys. We know the Qs don't really graduate, but I ain't want to say nothing. Shout out to Omega Psi Phi, the Qs, man. Let me see here. LA Wilkes, what's up, man? Call in, dude. Go ahead, Mr. Black Sheep. Mr. Black Sheep, let me ask you a question. Do you have a bachelor's degree?
Actually, I'm starting college this summer to get my associates.
And what field?
Applied science of aviation mechanics.
Oh, that's a really good degree. That's really good. Yeah.
But I'm also getting my pilot's license.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't require a college degree.
That's good.
I think so.
You know, like I said before, man, what I saw the other day is bad policing. And again, this total disregard for law and order. And Tyree Nichols, I don't know what he was under the influence of, even if he was, but I do know what I saw. Resisting arrest, fighting with the police officers, not following at least commands of just put your hands behind your back. Now, of course, they're throwing out all types of commands, but at least you could say, hey, guys, I just got my hands behind my back. And this is what happens a lot of times when you have these liberal cities, you have a media supported by so many different groups that have this disdain for policing in the country. Requirements have gone down. There is a police shortage. And this is what you get. You have individuals who should not even have a badge with the badge. And that's what you get. And that's why, like, even with a person like me, I have no fly zones in my life. I'll see you in the back, LA Wilkes. Like, there are places in cities that I don't go to.
Have you ever been arrested before? I don't think you have. I think you
in college, sir. I was drinking one day, got into an argument. I don't know. I don't remember how that happened, but I got into an argument outside of a bar, and I was put in iron for a couple of hours, and I was let go.
So you do know that any perceived like twitch or muscle spasm can be deemed as resisting arrest, right?
Sir, you can't possibly sit up here and spin some narrative that some muscle spasm is what generally happens with police. Rodney King didn't have a muscle spasm, sir. He was speeding down a highway.
I'm not talking about right. I'm not.
Hold on for a second. Give me a second here, because you weren't talking about anybody specifically, but I'm going to talk about it. Rodney King, 6'4", speeding down the street on PCP. He didn't have any muscle spasms. George Floyd wasn't having muscle spasms. Tyree Nichols wasn't having muscle spasms, sir. I saw the video. He was running from the police. Now, unless they arrested Michael J. Fox or something, and I mean that respectfully, or somebody with Parkinson's, then yes. But come on, man, you know these people ain't having no muscle spasms. These are people who are just breaking the law and who don't want to get arrested. Let's go ahead.
I was referring to you specifically, since you, as you said, have been put in irons for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Like, initially they tell you don't resist.
No, they didn't, sir. They never said that at all. I remember like it was yesterday. I was acting a fool, drunk. I was partying in college. I forgot what I did. They said we're going to detain you for a minute, and I remember it. And I cooperated, and that was that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. If that's the story you say,
that's what happened.
Refute that.
That's what happened.
Well, I mean, like, I wasn't there, so I don't know. I've just got to take your word for it.
Deport Session says, CT, you ain't ish with that take. Oh, with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much at Depoach Session. LA Wilkes, what's going on, man? You are a police officer, man. Salute to you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm just listening to you giving your opinions as facts on some points.
Go ahead.
This college thing, I do agree that you need some level of higher education. I'm not disagreeing with that, but to say that should be a requirement to get into the police department, that's not true, because a lot of the bosses do have degrees, but their leadership skills are terrible, and they actually lose touch with the common people on the street. Do most people on the street have degrees that you're dealing with on a daily basis? That was a question.
You're asking me?
Yes.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, so I don't know if a degree would have any bearing on you being able to do your job correctly. The problem is, when you become a cop, it just accentuates who you really are. That badge, if you're going to be a jerk, you're going to be a bigger jerk. Like it accentuates whatever you have hidden inside you. If you were a coward, you're going to be a bigger coward. If you were a mean person, you're going to be even more of a mean person.
Go ahead, sir.
I just don't know if that's one way to fix it. Now, when you get into the department, should you take classes because even me and Nate was talking about this before. Should you take classes to try to learn more and try to get better and grow? Yeah. But I don't think that should be a requirement. We tried it in Philly and it didn't work. You had to get a college degree. You had to have a college degree to get on a department in Philly for years, and it did not work. It didn't work at all. What's your question?
LA Wilkes, you said something that's very interesting, and salute to you for being a police officer, sir. You said that your superiors have degrees and they can't relate to these some of them, but you said they can't relate to the subordinates, right?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was they don't relate to a lot of the people that's in the street. Like they're out of touch with the common folk, that's the citizens.
Let me ask you a question real quick. This may be an extreme question. Oh, and guys, by the way, it is $50 to remove LA Wilkes off the panel, by the way. LA Wilkes, let me ask you a question, man. Does the CEO of Amazon relate to the people?
No.
Okay. Does the franchise owner of McDonald's relate to the employees?
All these are rhetorical questions, CC. Come on, man.
Well, I'm only asking this because, sir, it's not a patty cake party. There are some people who are smarter. There are some people who are just better in life. There's nothing wrong with that. A individual who is policing a community, if they're a lieutenant, they have the interest of the public. They're protecting the interest of the public. So they have the best interest. So they know what to do. You want to get rid of people loitering? You don't come in there with this "we are the world" patty cake party. You go up in there 1 or 2 times, knock some head to say, if you loiter again, we are going to arrest everybody out here.
If you do that, every
if you
city will
just
be broken.
Loiter. Hold on for a second. Because what I learned with I was a criminal justice major too in college. It's broken windows theory.
Yeah, New
This
York.
is what a lot of beat cops who didn't go to college don't know. You allow loitering, next minute you're going to allow littering. Next minute, you're going to have little 15, 16-year-old kids asking common folk if they want some weed when they walk into a gas station. And then you're going to have shootouts.
I think it starts with
give me a second here. This is why an intelligent person needs to say, you know what? I want to protect the 7-year-old girl that doesn't even exist right now. Because you know why? Because how many little children are being killed because of things have escalated? Kids shooting dice, rival gangs, another gang comes up there, starts shooting. They don't shoot the target, they actually shoot a kid. That happens all the time because a dumb person in office or a dumb person in the police didn't nip it in the bud right then and there when it should have been nipped. Don't let me become a police chief. Well, it never happened, but don't let me become a police chief or a mayor. I'll stop things right in the tracks. You loiter, you litter, throw them in a car, make an example out of them in front of everybody. You see, that's what smart people do. Dumb people, man, you know, they struggling. They was slaves. They was this. I went to school with some of them in high school. Get all that. Because I want to protect the 70-year-old church lady who pays her taxes, who's owned this house over here for the past 50 years. That's what smart people do. I don't want to get chaotic right now. I was trying to be chill today.
Yeah, but chaotic. You got it backwards, dude. Whatever you say, you had the right theory, but you completely twisted around. Because let me tell you, the beat cop is the one out there saying, "Yo, get off the corner." But guess who's up there trying to make rules to tell people that loitering in a group of more than 2 or 3 is okay because it's in your constitutional rights? The ones with the degrees, the captains, the deputy commissioners. All of these people are telling you you can't do that. But the B cops are telling you these are the things that's causing this. So to me, that kind of goes against your argument, right?
Sir, if a lieutenant or a chief is saying that it goes against the constitutional rights of individuals to loiter, is an individual who is being pressured by the city council or the media, sir.
But do they have degrees?
Of course they do, but you know why they are acting in total opposition of what they really think. Because there's a public image that they are afraid of. They don't want to be labeled as the police chief who cracked down, or the police chief who's racist, or this, that, and the other. You know that, L.A. Wilkes. You know that there are police chiefs, deputy chiefs, lieutenants that have the same sentiment that I do, but they are being pressured not to crack down on little things like loitering, littering, etc., because of backlash from activists, church leaders. You know that.
But you changed the argument then, CT. Because if the argument started off was cops should have degrees. And I just
should have degrees.
I'm not debating whether they should or shouldn't. What I said was they shouldn't have a degree having to come on the police department, but they should acquire a higher education while becoming a cop, while being in the police department. Me and Nate agree on that one. But in order to get the job, I don't think that determines whether you're going to be a good cop or not.
No, okay. Let's get off this degree thing.
Okay.
Let's get off the degree thing. What's up, Rush? Let's get off the degree thing.
All right.
All I said was, in my opinion, what's up? There needs to be an overhaul in policing on a national scale at the local level. The FBI, they don't really have a lot of problems. You know why? They have higher IQ people that are FBI agents. Hold on, give me a second here. Sheriff's deputies. How come you don't really hear a lot about sheriff's deputies? How come
you do?
Yeah.
Not on the same scale as you do with local law enforcement. Come on, L.A. Wilkes.
Because they're in smaller towns. They're in much smaller towns. A lot of these things that happen are happening in much larger cities.
Hold on for a second. I'm pretty sure we're all from metropolitan areas.
I think
the sheriffs ride right up and down these metropolitan highways and streets. Same thing with the state patrol, and the state patrol, especially give me a second. The state patrol where I'm at, they are very well trained. So what I'm saying is that there is a problem with local police officers. They are hiring people in a microwave process. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's not what you said.
Set the standard where you have people who have college degrees, who are physically fit, who have high IQs, who have a. That's all I'm saying. Let's get off the degrees. All I'm saying is that we don't let Dr. Sebi work on our kids. I don't have any kids, by the way, but I don't care how long you've been studying. You better have a medical degree, and truth be told, you better have one from a very good college.
Okay, I agree.
LA Books, you have kids, right?
Why do everybody think that? No.
Okay, if you had kids, my dad, I'm sick. Let's go to Dr. Sebi. You going to Dr. Sebi?
Right at the left eye.
I don't think so. Go ahead, guys.
Can I add something then, brother?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I respect. And salute, man. Salute. Hey, brother CT, everybody up here as always. All right. So when I was hearing you guys talk, I would like to tap in on LA's point when he was talking about some what was you saying, LA? If you're a bad person, if you're like if you give a angry person a badge, they're just going to be angrier and so on. And I so agree with you, because I would put that in the same contrast as alcohol and money. Mm-hmm. Alcohol doesn't make you an angry person. If you're angry, enough alcohol just brings out your abusiveness. If you are a very generous, nice person, then you're going to be the happy drunk who gives all your stuff away. You see, you loaning people money you shouldn't and everything else. Same thing with money. If you are an a-hole, money will just give you a much more reason to be an a-hole. If you truly are a giver, money will just put you in a position to do more for people how you always wanted to. So I'm with him on that part. Now, to your point, brother CT, when you were talking about like, oh yeah, if I would crack down on loitering, you spit on the sidewalk, you're talking like the Old Testament rabbi. Okay, I got you, no problem. But this is one thing that I do know, because I've actually seen it from the inside out. I'm telling you, from behind the curtains. The reason why that is a little difficult. So like, for example, what we have here in Maryland, we have something called kangaroo court. All right. And what you do is you go see a judge. Like over here, we got a Judge Shamir. A lot of people love Judge Shamir, right? And so what it is that when you get caught with the loitering, the trespassing, the homeless guy just drinking in public, somebody pissing on, whatever, broken windows, stupid stuff, you're not staying in. See, what you're not taking into account, sir, is capacity. No. Nah, really. No, listen. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong. Hear me.
You missed my
just let me just let me land
everything that I said. Go ahead.
No. Just let me land it. I'm with you on and if I heard you wrong, then just correct me, brother. Then my bad, I will stand corrected. I will. Yeah. But I'm saying when I heard you say I would crack down, and the only thing that I heard in my mind was, bro, that's gonna be tough. Because I've seen many times where dudes are let out early because they don't have the room, bro. They don't have the space.
You missed my point. You know what my point is?
Okay, help me out. My bad.
I've said it and I keep saying it. You millennials, you boomers, you're over. You're done. That's it.
What does that mean?
I'm going to tell you why. You can't. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the children. Mm-hmm. You gotta kick ass with the children.
I agree.
You gotta kick ass with them because they're the next generation. We're gonna die off, the millennials, and we'll be dead in 40, 50 years. That's it.
Agreed.
You got to kick ass with the children. See, that's how you do it. You got to stop the 15, 16, 17-year-olds. You got to sling them across the room and this, that. And you can't sling no grown people.
I think we got to catch them earlier, brother.
You got to catch them
earlier. Even earlier.
What you have to do, you got to find the parents. Hey, your son, your daughter did this. That's $2,000 fine and garnish the wages. I bet you the Black community, especially. Oh, it'll look like Mayberry overnight when you start taxing people.
But what about all of those moms? That when the schools try to be like, your son is doing this, like my Jamal ain't do nothing. You got a lot of parents don't want to take accountability.
And this is what I keep saying. You don't hold court with no parent, especially if you're in the school. Listen, I was a teacher. Okay. I'm not discussing nothing with you, lady. You can't even afford to take your kid to put them in a private school. So this is a public school. These kids do whatever I say. See, I'm not I've never been afraid of.
What grade did you teach? Real quick.
I taught 9th, 10th, 11th, to 12th.
Oh, well,
yeah.
okay.
And when I was at a charter school,
Salute.
it was 6th and 7th. Yeah.
Salute.
It was mainly special ed. So the thing is that I don't hold you don't hold court with people getting free stuff. You get something for free. You don't hold court. You don't have no conversation with them. I know I didn't. What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna call the police on you, lady, if you don't get out of my office. We scared of the wrong people.
So because it's free, the parents have no say.
Of course they don't. Their kids.
Wow. Okay.
It ain't the rocket scientists. It ain't. For some reason, it ain't never the kids who are the rocket scientists' parents. It's always the parents. And so what I'm saying is, you don't hold court with no parent like that. You don't even have a conversation with her. That's just my. If you're an educator out there and you letting some parent punk you out, yeah, you a fool. Because that ain't happened to me. You don't hold court with nobody getting no free stuff. Your kid coming to this school for free. This ain't Exeter. This ain't no elite boarding school.
So who you talking to? The superintendent, board of directors? Who are you going to? You going straight to the source.
This is what you do. Y'all saw this is going back to the video. You saw the video the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Those cops couldn't even speak intelligible English. Where do you think that comes from? It starts in the schools. You gotta nip things in the bud early, man. And I'm telling you, a lot of it has to do with intelligence. You don't have people like that policing in the first place. How? Because the entire system in Memphis is probably broke down. The education system, everything is broke down. That's what I believe. It has to be. How could you get these 5 officers who can't even intelligently have a conversation during the altercation and after? That's just me.
So, CT, there has to be steps. So with you saying that, I'm with you. Absolutely, brother. But so which is the first step? Is the first step to just get the schools into the community, or is the first step to clean up the community, then build the schools? Because do you really think we're going to get these high prestigious schools in these red zone areas and get the proper teachers to want to come in those schools and teach?
You have to, again, set IQ standards for the police in these big cities. And you have to increase the pay. That's all I keep saying. And I believe everything else will fall into place.
I was saying that the other night that I do believe it should be a lot more to be a police officer, even just regular patrolman and just a GED. I didn't know you can have a GED and become a police officer. And as long as you got a decent credit with whatever school, because they look at all of that, your credit, things of that nature. I didn't know that. So I personally think it should be at least be a basic college course, or I don't know, some trade or something. I don't know. I think it should be more than just GED and you can apply. That's the same qualification for somebody in a fast food restaurant, high school diploma. Put you on a schedule.
Now you see it.
I get it.
In Memphis, they reduced the college hours. You don't need a degree, but they reduced the college hours from 46 to 23.
Mm-hmm.
My God, why would you do something? L.A. Wilkes, you're familiar with that, right?
Yeah, because you didn't have enough bodies on the street to stop crime. I mean, in theory, it's all sound good, and I told y'all this before.
Yeah.
But when everything started happening, and a lot of cops started leaving the job, and people started defending the police and started coming against us, rightfully so or not rightfully so, I'll leave it up to everybody. It left a hole, and when that hole had to get filled, and they started taking bodies from everywhere, and they started standards, and they started getting these cops like this in there. Now, I don't know anything about these cops. I'm gonna do some research on them, but I don't know how much time they had on at all. But when you lower standards, you're gonna get incidents like this. So
we got to get Rush in. Rush, what's going on, man?
Yo, salute to you, CT, and the rest of the panel.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I'm in the business of law enforcement myself. I'm an armed officer in the projects of Paterson, New Jersey, and I do agree with you that to increase some type of education for the individuals that's trying to apply to become a police officer. Due to the fact in the state of Memphis, there's rumors going around indicating that this is gang related. A lot of times, these people come from urban environments and they they're loyal to their set. For example, certain army branches, there's a large population of gang affiliation, and there's a clear difference between your city police officer and a statey, like you could tell the difference between the two. And the state police officer requires a lot more training and education in order to become an a state trooper, a state trooper police officer, and we gotta be aware of how gang culture is implemented into our somewhat of a social construct, and it's definitely an issue, and this is something that needs to be fixed, because we can't have another situation where 5 police officers beat someone to death because for the sake of they set.
CT, can I add one piece in real quick? I don't mean that. Just briefly too. When you were talking about the state troopers and all of them, so one thing that I at least personally have peeped, I would take it into consideration, brother. LA, you can help me out if I'm wrong. I love to be corrected because I like to learn. I look at it as the state troopers in them, when you say they're more intelligent, they don't do the type of things these patrol officers do. I look at it more so as they don't do as much, sir. These state troopers, no. Listen, really hear me. I'm talking about like the everyday dealing with like the shoplifters, the domestic violence, the going. No, bro, they're state troopers. I'm not saying highway patrolmen. They do. They got to stop big narcotic stuff on coming through certain places sometimes. Sometimes they chasing felons on highways and all of that. All I'm saying is from what I see. Do y'all remember the show, the stories of real highway state troopers, state patrol or whatever? And they also had cops. Let's just be for real. If you look at the average episode of Cops, and I mean, from the funny, crazy, drunk on high people and everything, I just don't see because I've come across some state troopers, usually like sheriffs, they're more chill. Generally. Now, this is another thing I think we need to remember, and I'm going to digress from here. I am a big proponent on not judging all police officers the same, depending on where you are. I don't believe that me here in Maryland am going to have the same experience as somebody maybe down Alabama or Mississippi or in Cali or wherever. I do believe, depending on where, because I've noticed that just here where I am. Let me go like 2 cities over. Man, them cops in such and such and in this county, they some a-holes. It's certain places we don't like to go to in our own state because the police are some jackasses. You see, let alone different places. So I think that also, depending on the laws, depending on the predominant race, that's how all of these things can play a factor in how the police act. What is the primary race of the force? Is it mixed? Is it mainly black? Is it mainly, back road country white boys? Like, what is it? You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say that I don't look at all cops everywhere the same. There's some places I go, like I'm serious, out here where I'm at, and bro, it's sweet. And it's all black cops. I'm so serious. I think we got one Asian cop and then like a Spanish chick. It's like Mayberry. It's like you see like the same 8 to 10 cops. And it's sweet out here because I'm in an affluent African-American, I'm in upper middle class. We don't have those problems. I've never seen that in Bowie. Never seen it. And I do believe, depending on where you are, your experience will be different. So I don't like to just put it on some blanket scale around the board. This is police everywhere. I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you, Brother CT.
I like Wilkes.
I mean, he's right in some circumstances, but it also depends on state. That's why I don't like the group police department together, because in Pennsylvania, the state troopers, depending on what county they're in, they don't do what we do at all. I mean, because a lot of times we work together. They don't handle a lot of domestics.
Mm-hmm.
They might handle big drug jobs and stuff. Like you got to think they whole jurisdiction is the overall state, so they don't usually focus on smaller cities. And but like Russ said, they do have more training. They definitely more squared away.
Mm-hmm.
Have
Mm-hmm.
more pride in themselves. Also, you
Definitely do.
very rarely you see a state trooper that's not squared away. I mean, so but once again, it's not a lot of them, but they also have less to do. So that's what I was saying about them just pushing people through. They don't have to deal with that. They don't have to deal with it like we do.
Exactly. And I remember I called a sheriff. I said, "How you doing, officer?" He said, I ain't an officer. I'm a sheriff." So you're right. That ego, when they get up there a little bit, yeah, bro. Yeah. That's true. That's true. That's all. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that, LA.
Tia Marie says, Chaotic Truth Live, if level of education and morality in the community is low and the cops hired are coming from the same community, what do you expect? A degree could help with a better candidate pool. Thank you so much. Again, I keep saying it. It definitely will help. Again, degree, IQ, there has to be a lot of factors.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I keep saying. That's just my argument. And again, I don't want people to keep thinking just degree. It's a multiplicity of things. I even say height.
What?
Muscular build. Oh, absolutely.
Like to take people down. You should be of a certain stature, and I believe that. True. Yeah, I believe that.
Or like do like the NFL, right? Or the NBA. They give you, there's a lot of contract options where if you perform a certain way, if you come in at a certain weight, they give you more money. Do it with the police. Hey, look, if you're 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot, you get a $10,000 bonus or something. Make it ill in the people too. Go ahead.
No, you're right about that, and I thought about that also. Like they want a lot of cops to move into the inner cities, into these bad neighborhoods, but they don't want to give them anything to do it. Like I said, give them a tax break, give them a bonus. You got to
right.
People are people.
Incentive, right?
Incentives work with everything.
That's right.
And then you will attract better candidates. And then, like my thing is with schooling. Okay, if you want cops to go to school, here in Philly, I started taking classes years ago because they were helping us pay for the classes, but then they cut the funding for us. So my thing is, if you want cops to acquire a higher education, all you got to do is give incentives to do it. Listen, we'll up this in your paycheck. We'll give you this, but they don't want to do it. I mean, it's certain ways you can fix the problem, CT, and I definitely agree with you. But I think you need businessmen at some point to come into the police department to show how you get productivity out of certain people.
I believe personally that there has to be a certain amount of mental health credits. I don't know how you want to word it, but it's too many times I've noticed, like we've said it before, cops' social skills aren't that good. And there are a lot of times we know mental health is rampant out here, and I'm going to keep on saying that. I hope I spark somebody to do, you know what I'm saying? But with the mental health issues and cops, how many times have somebody either been beaten to death or locked up wrongly? Like, they're in jail and he's wandering back and forth. He's not even eating or bathing. Bruh, he does not need to be in here. And we've seen that as inmates many times. They bring in somebody, he smells like a dumpster, hair matted everywhere, and you can see it's mental health. And instead of them putting this person in a facility where they can get some good help, they let the facility be a jail cell with me. Then I got to put his ass out because you're not going to be in there with me smelling like that. I'm sorry. I just kind of had a flashback. But my point is,
don't worry about it. Will with the $5 super chat says, you're never going to be able to get qualified candidates for a life-threatening position paying $50,000. So, Will, I don't know if you caught me earlier when I first started, but that's what I was saying. I was saying that not only with the candidate pool having higher IQs, but also making the minimum salaries in many of these major cities just starting off at $150,000. Yeah, you will get a lot of people. Lot of people.
You know the problem with that, CT?
What's that?
I don't know why people think cops don't make good money. I don't know.
No, they do overtime. Oh, trust me. Yeah.
The problem with that is they put cops' names in the paper, because my name was in the paper saying this cop made over $200,000, and then people start, why are you making that much? So people say that until they see the numbers that some cops make, and then they start wondering, and then they start asking questions, and then it start, it's a snowball effect. So I mean, it sounds great, but people just don't want that. Like, people say a lot, but when it comes time to enact it, they go back on their word. It is what it is.
Black Hawk says, y'all or you all are missing what CT is saying. He doesn't care the cops' education. He wants to denigrate the black community. Just let him talk. So denigrate, for people who don't know, means belittle. I don't want to belittle the black community. In fact, this has nothing to do with the black community. This has something to do with policing across the board. It's about, I didn't just say black officers should have high IQs. I literally said all officers or incoming officers should have high IQs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said. Sunflower says, chaotic, how tall are you? Well, going by the metric that I'm setting for police officers, I'm not tall enough to be a cop by my own metric. Black Hawk says, if the panel will let CT talk, they will learn where he is trying to take this conversation. Let's talk. Latanya says, chaotic, truth, loud, if allowed, I would not be mad. Please send a man to my house if I call the police. Not that I am no longer one, just saying. Ali says, no one should die unless they are literally at risk at someone else's life. I agree. Mr. Make says, they pay cops $150,000. I'll leave my law practice. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. You, Mr. Make, that makes sense. I'm assuming is an attorney if they're not trolling. But you will get people like this. People, and I had said this earlier, you will get a person like this with a law background, who's a lawyer, who is policing. I would rather have a person like that on the street than a recently graduated high school student who went to the academy. And I'm just being honest with you.
That's fair.
Because you have somebody who knows how to play the game in America, who knows the laws. So yeah, I agree with you. That's what I said earlier. Make that make sense. And salute to you. Let me see. Rush, you have anything to say, sir? You've been pretty quiet. Go ahead, sir. I don't know what Rush is doing. Smitty, what's up, man?
I wanted to ask you how much. All right, so you know how people have been. My bad, homie. You know how people have been digging into like the background of those two officers about the fraternity stuff and everything, right?
Yeah.
How much would you say from that? How much would you say should, like, not background like criminal, but like your family background? Because I hear a lot of people keep talking about, well, they might have grew up with not, single mother households and all of these other things. We've all heard the same thing, CT, in this manosphere area, right? How much of I want to know, like, yeah, you get a higher up if you came up in a nuclear family, as opposed to that person that came up in an orphanage or you was back and forth between, you know what I'm saying? Well, like, should that be a factor too? That's all. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I my codified way of looking at it is this: incentives need to be based on height, physicality, obviously IQ. Now, whether you
that's going to get a lot more scrutiny before it gets passed. That's going to go through it is. You know that's going to be a rough bridge to cross.
Now, whether or not somebody grew up in a nuclear family or not, I don't know about that one, but definitely I would rather if my parents are old, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're not old and decrepit, but they're old. I would if something were to happen, I would rather 2 6'2" officers came to investigate. Let's say something like they were out of town and there was a break-in or something, a potential break-in or something. Then 2 5'5" officers. That's just me, but that's just my own preference though. But let me get to Black Suited 5 though.
So CT, if it was your choice, and be honest now, if it was your choice, what's going on, Black? If it was your choice, CT, would you have it so that women cannot be officers? Because with that criteria, I don't think too many women would qualify, sir.
I believe that, and I know this is gonna sound like I'm simping.
Hey.
I believe that the standards, the physicality standards, should be lowered for women. No, just hear me out. They should be lowered for women
Mhm.
because women do play a good part in policing. For example, L.A. Wilkes, you're a police officer. How many times there's a situation where I just saw this the other day? There was a baby, there was a carjacking. They stole the damn car, baby in the car. The idiots leave the car in the back alley, but the baby is saved by two white men. But I would rather women being at the scene with the child, right? Or if a woman is, or a
What?
woman, give me a second here, or a woman being pat down or needed to be pat down in search.
Of course.
Wouldn't you rather have a woman officer pat them down because, hey,
Oh
I
yeah,
ain't,
oh yeah.
I don't want to get no harassment charge here. So I think anything dealing with
True.
like children or women that are in the public, women should be involved in terms of policing.
But do you think they should be in normal everyday patrolling?
Right.
I'm not a, well, here goes the thing. Here goes the thing. I'm not a police officer, so you know, I don't know what you guys do at 9:15, 9:30, 9:45, 10 o'clock. You guys may save a cat from a tree at 10 o'clock, and that may take an hour worth of policing. I mean, a kid could do that. I'm not saying that's what y'all do, but what I'm saying
is you could, not to cut you off, you could be saving a cat from a tree, which we don't. That's the fire department back in 1900. But you could be doing one thing like taking a report, and the next thing you know, you're hearing gunshots and you're chasing somebody down the street to just rob somebody. So it's not a job where you can just you can script your day out. I mean, you might have a slow day where you just answering domestics all day, and the next day you might be handling 2 homicides and a robbery.
Well, again, I think women are necessary to the force, the police force.
Yeah, of course.
But obviously, for reasons, you know, you would definitely want more recruits to be male. I mean, that's obvious, right? But if you had a whole bunch of Ronda Rouseys, would you be willing to say women should join up if you had more Ronda Rouseys joining?
I never
said just like I don't want a whole bunch of Ronda Rouseys in the army. No.
Salute the Black Suit of Fire. Go ahead, sir.
I get what you're saying, but statistically speaking, men deal with children a lot better than women do. And that's number one. Secondly,
guys, I also want to point out something real quick. Black, if you're new to the channel, Black Suit of Fire is not dark skinned. He's just in a dark room. He's not that dark. Go ahead. I just want to point that out. If anybody doesn't know Black Suit of Fire, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm in my kitchen right now, but what I was saying. Secondly, when you're dealing with patrolling anything, you know, you need somebody who is physically intimidating. And, you know, while a woman can cut you to the quick with her tongue, literally and figuratively, it's seldom is that the type of force we need. We need force multipliers. And so, you know, by the definition of said term, you need someone who can already produce force, physical force, on par with or above the assailant. And then you need the force multiplier on top of that. So that's your taser, your service firearm, your, you know, whatever, your ASP, your OC spray or whatever. And that's what's important, you know. But again, it's not politically correct. So nobody likes to say what needs to be done.
Hey, Blacks, let me ask you this, Blacks.
Yeah,
Would you say for the majority of the American history, as far as the strength of our military,
yeah,
would you say that is more attributed to what Brother CT is saying as far as like the height and the muscle? And we got a bunch of Terry Cruzes and Stone Colds and Rocks out there. Is it because of we normally have a better physical army, or is it because of our intelligence?
It was our intelligence. We had so it was our mental prowess. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean, for instance, it's widely known that Germans had cognitive abilities that were to be lauded. You know, we love. They created rockets that eventually propelled us to the throughout the stratosphere and to the moon, etc.
Right.
But what I mean by that, mental health was important. And while shell shock and things like that existed, we had a moral base which allowed our mental health to be strong. So, but then the physicality played a part too, because calisthenics and things, if you see the old films, old black and white and colored films, you see that they were more outdoorsmen. Shooting was par for the course. You had to know how to shoot as a young man, and if you didn't, husbandry is husbandry was important back then, because we were a country that believed that something could pop off at any moment.
Real quick, yeah. For the people in the chat who, as old black women used to say in the South, a little bit slow. Husbandry is not an individual who is a good husband. I don't think blacks define. Blacks, could you define what husbandry is? It's not
husbandry. Learning, hunting, scavenging, learning how to navigate, learning how to subsist off of the wilderness, etc.
Nowadays, we would call that a man who can change a spare tire and cut the grass the right way. You got to know which way to go.
Real quick, if you are Edos, if you have a long lineage in America that goes back to the 1800s, I'm pretty sure you had that old grandparent that said he a little bit slow. If you ever had a grandparent say, I've heard my friend's grandparents say that all the time about that slow family member. He a little slow. Go ahead, guys.
I've had that.
Real quick though, back to the whole IQ. Speaking of slow, I gave my metrics on.
Now, CT, what you think? Was our army built around our strength or our intelligence? Because listen, I asked that for a reason.
Of course,
you keep saying that our police officers should be a certain height to make them better in a certain muscle, but yet our military has kept us protected based upon our intelligence.
Of course, I mean, when you're fighting primitive, savage natives, come on, man. When you're fighting inbred people from the UK, I mean, what do you think? Of course, the military. Of course, I wasn't born back then. Of course, we're more superior. You're fighting savages, and you're fighting people who have been inbred for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The people in the UK, they don't even have what in their water. They
minerals. What?
What don't they have in their water?
Oxygen.
No.
It's what we put in our salt, and also what we put in our
fluoride.
It's fluoride and another.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if anybody's from the UK, but that's why they all look inbred.
Alkaline?
No. Alkaline water is a way to clean water.
Okay.
To have alkaline water it has to do with the ions, the way the ions are ordered in the water. But
thank you.
No, but you're right. Fluoride, and there's another thing, I can't think of it right now.
Is it chlorine? Is it bleach? Is it what? Because I know in tap water there is a certain amount of bleach in tap water. That's why it has a tint of white. That's why it's a tint of white.
People in the UK lack a certain. I think it's fluoride in the water. That's why they look kind of like inbred.
Yeah, and also their teeth look terrible. Yeah. So that's why. But they are widely inbred. Just like in Korea is a uniculture. China, that's a uniculture. Unicultures tend to have a really bad.
What is a uniculture? I'm sorry.
Sorry. A uniculture is a non-watered down genetic pool.
Yeah.
So that's why when you go to Asia, certain portions of Asia, not all, but a lot of them, you'll see them and you're like, man, Peter looks just like Paul.
Got you.
And so their phenotypes are always similar, if not identical.
Gotcha.
So that, but again, that's a result of being inbred. And you can easily attack something like that in the gene pool by just introducing a different set of genetics, and that'll help. Same thing. That's why Black people, for the longest time, had a physical prowess that was that wasn't rivaled by any other race, because we were just in America specifically.
Yeah,
a
because
lot
you
of
had
people,
different tribal groups that had never met for the first time, breeding with each other for the
yes,
first time. Yeah,
that's why they lasted so long and were physically astounded. The people were astounded by their physicality. So absolutely.
Black Certified. I gave some, I was talking obviously about the situation with Tyree Nichols. He's not entirely innocent, or was not innocent, but neither are those cops. And I said that the cops are and I don't want to say a representative, but I was saying that you heard the way that they were speaking during and even after.
Yeah.
These aren't the brightest people. And what I'm saying is that there needs to be my IQ standard that I had, and it's pretty low, at least 90 for local police officers.
Wow, that's pretty low, but you're right.
And that's low.
That's pretty low because you're just 15 points. Well, just 20 points below. You can't even lick a postage stamp and put it on an envelope.
Yeah.
90, 95 is pretty low, but that is the cutoff for a infantryman, I think, is 75. So yeah, I can agree with that.
And so I was saying bachelor's degree, like metrics, right? So bachelor, high IQ, physical.
But that's already a requirement in most cities. You have to have some college. You have to have at least 24 credits when you start, and then they make it a requirement for you to finish your bachelor's degree at least. Otherwise, they will kick you off the job. But my point is you don't need more education. You don't need more training. What you need is a moral compass, and that is what we lack. It can be attributed to every war we've been in, to every shootout that happens out here between the police and some hooligan, whatever it is, black, white, Hispanic, Asian. It's a lack of a moral compass. And nobody has any respect for anyone anymore. And we have a lot of, because if it were just education, man, we have that covered. People get educated on a daily basis. They get bombarded with information, whether it's true or not, through their social devices. They get the information, they just don't apply it. And then the information they do apply is usually something debaucherous. I mean, look at every police officer. Well, not every, but a lot of them, they want to be influencers now. How many New York PD do you see on Instagram, trying to be fitness influencers now and talk about how much they hate the job and et cetera? That used to be, I'm not saying they can't do that, but I'm saying that used to be something that they would talk amongst their peers about. Yeah. And then you could have more respect for that particular fraternal order of police, because you weren't always constantly hearing about their dirty laundry. There's the answer. I'm telling you, it's just there's no moral base anymore. And contrary to popular belief, knowing everything isn't always the answer. Because as you see, we know it all, man. People get the footage before the mayor does. You know what I mean? Before the powers that be have time to react, you can get the footage because there's a camera everywhere. Ring cameras, stoplight cameras, night cameras on top of light post cameras, power line cameras. They're everywhere. Drones flying above everywhere. We get the information. People I think we're experiencing an information overload, if that makes sense. And people just don't know what to do.
What's up, LA Wilkes?
No, yeah. I was thinking about what he said about the cops want to be influencers. I think this all started years ago, and I hated this. I hated this when I started seeing cops. They call themselves doing like community service, and that community service is dancing like a fool around people, like doing these stuff. It irritated the heck out of me. Did you ever see that?
Yes, I have.
Like, how stupid do you look?
Yeah, somebody put in the chat iodine. Yes, iodine was what I was looking for. That was the term I was looking for.
Well, that started years ago, and the police department started promoting that. So it'll look like community policing. That's what community policing look like to these kids. It looks so stupid.
And then LA, they always reference non-police bodies like the Black Panthers, things that eventually become violent gangs, like the Vice Lords. The Vice Lords were touted to be something of, it was always debaucherous, okay? They started at a boys' home upstate in Illinois. They poured out into the streets of Chicago, as well as the Black Peastone Rangers, aka Jeff Fort Blackstones, and they they were hooligans. It started in the 60s, and it was a street gang. And then we romanticized their history in Chicago. Yeah. Oh yeah, they used to nobody could do anything on their block. I'm like, yeah, but also they were, selling drugs in the community, committing violent acts against people, strong arm robbery, etc. And then the city of Chicago decided, and the benevolent and magnanimous Black preachers out there decided to give them money. Oh yeah, we should give them money. Gave them millions of dollars at clubhouses and everything. And what did they do with that money? Yeah, they used some of it for the community, but the majority of it they used to buy drugs and to sell drugs. And if that's the definition of policing, then they are sorely mistaken if they believe that people who look like me will do a better job than having a more diverse group of people who can come in without any prior preconceived notions. Oh, and if they do have preconceived notions, is that I got to protect my neck and come in there and do police work without any biases to the contrary.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Smitty. Sorry. Go ahead.
I like what he said. A lot of that's taking place. Like, okay, so what I heard Blacks basically saying is those unbiases and stuff, that all falls back to the number one thing that we talk about in this field right here the most: accountability. And the fact is that there's a lot of things that's taking place. And I mean, for real, like when you were saying earlier, as far as like the police chief doesn't want to come under certain scrutiny,
yes,
for being the first to, you see what I'm saying? Like, so think about it. Instead of holding the people accountable and saying what it is, you know what? I'd rather be quiet. And in my book, how my grandfather always told me, the one that threw the grenade in the man, my grandfather always told me, he said, son, if you don't speak up for the truth, then you might as well lie out loud. Period. So if we're not willing to fix what needs to be fixed the way it needs to be fixed, forget how you feel right now. Like you said, brother CT, we have a generation to save. I got into a heated debate, and I'm gonna land it right here. I got into a heated debate with a brother about the whole passport, bro, thing, and he kept questioning me like, bro, why you not down? Why you don't want to go? And I kept telling him I gotta stay here. And he was like, why? These women can't be saved. And I said, you're right. But I said, I got a 14-year-old daughter, and there are many others that's coming behind her. I would rather stay here in the fight and try to figure out how can I go ahead and address the next generation. So, brother CT, I didn't get a chance to like tap in on that, but so it all ties into everything Blacks is saying, what you were saying earlier, and I'm just bringing everything together. But other than that, yeah, dog, I digress. My mic is muted. Yeah, I want to stay here and I want to try to help the next generation, bro. I'm not even thinking about these women that can't be saved. I want to save the ones who can be.
Yeah, I read that statement. So get what I mean. I'm not saying that Black Panthers were street gangs. I'm saying that sort of movement divested into street gang lifestyle. Copycats came in and decided that they wanted to patrol their own neighborhoods, but it always ended up with ill-gotten gain because there's no central power. It's everybody trying to get what anybody can get. It's a whole bunch of grab. Let me grab what I can have and then have my little fiefdom here. So I'm not going to say the Black Panthers didn't have their day and they didn't have their part to play in history, but I'm not going to puff them up as if they were some magnanimous group of people that only wanted what was best for Black people and were nonviolent. We know they were not nonviolent, and we also know about the Wick statement. Yeah, they did provide aid to families who didn't have any who didn't have food, and provided a breakfast. They would go get these breakfasts, etc.
That's called indigent. They gave out indigent packages.
Exactly.
But I know.
But it isn't WIC. It's an idea. It's an idea that may have predicated WIC, but it isn't WIC. WIC was not started based on that.
Black. But watch this though. This is the thing, because I was actually talking about this on another show. I was just talking about the Black Panthers. Now, I will say this. I am very hip to how from the Black Panthers, I'm so with you. It kind of flipped, and that's how we got Crips and Bloods and gangs started, and the whole nine, the whole bit. But I will say this. I would like for us as Black people to try to figure out how can we revise and master that formula. Because hear me. No. Please. Let me get the whole thing out so you can understand the reason why I say that.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, back during the reign, I'm not talking about before the FBI stuff. During the reign and the height of the Black Panthers movement, that was the lowest that we have had, like Black on Black crime. They did like for real. We didn't have Black on Black murders like we do now. We didn't have ops back then. We did see each other truly as brother and sister. So even though it was corrupt, I'm landing at CT, I swear I am. Right. Even though it was corrupted, I do recognize how there was a certain amount of community policing that we keep talking about that's very prevalent. If we can figure out how to master that formula and get it right, I'm not saying get rid of police. No, we still need them along with that. But in the community first, if we can master that, bro, I mean, me personally, bro, I really think that will be something extremely beneficial for us. But that's tricky. I digress. Thank you, CT. Thank you.
No problem. Black Rick, you're on mute, man. What say you? Was Tyree Nichols innocent? What say you about the police officers or any other thing about this case? Go ahead, sir.
Give me 1 second. I mean, somebody else on the panel can go. I'm not ready to answer.
Okay. To you, Smitty. Smitty,
I was about to ask you to respond. Thank you.
No worries. I'd already had given the formula, what the formula is for that. And the formula is to have a moral base. We don't have it anymore. That's what their policing of the neighborhoods, protecting one another, each one teach one, families.
Right.
We're a community. It takes a tribe, all that. That was based on a set of moral ideals that no longer exist. Now it's all the ladies independent, throw your hands up, baby. Now it's all independent women. Now it's I can do bad all by myself. Now it's I don't need a man. All I need you for is this, that, and the third. And all I need is your genetic material, and then I can take care of myself. All you men need to shut up. All that women ain't sh but hoes in nature. That's where we are. Okay. Now, the people who created that terminology, this debauchery that we are privy to now, those are people who had the benefit of being raised in the community that was forementioned. But then I also shall say that it wasn't all roses and daffodils then either, because
nothing is perfect in life,
right?
Of course,
because in the 50s. There was a gentleman, I can't remember the name of the docu series that I am thinking of, but they were recording him talking about the way his parents acted, going to the juke joint and killing one another with bats and knifing each other and taking opium and heroin in his forefathers in the 20s and in the 30s. And now he is. He said, I recognize that after 16, I had to calm it down because I didn't want to do football numbers in Sing Sing. You know, he say, this is a New York cat. I'll find it and put it in the chat or something. But again, this is something that has proliferated blackness in the society at large in America since time memorial. So, you know, but what was a sort of a dial tone on it, what put a switch on it where you could turn it off or kind of dial it back, was the moral base that we had. And we do not have that anymore. It's his truth, my truth, your truth, Zim's truth, its truth, you know, and we're now wrapped up, Black people that is, in the LGBTQ network. We are the catapult in which they propel themselves throughout the stratosphere. We have no morals. That's what's stopping us.
Long Shot Beats, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says the Black Panthers were pawns of the CCP. Real quick, guys.
Sure were.
Hit the link real quick. If you love the Lapeef Network, send over a cup of coffee for the network. It's 200 something people in here. Send over a cup of coffee. You know, we provide entertainment for you guys while you are taking your hour and a half long breaks at work. While you are going about your day, doing whatever it is. Salute to you all. You got Black Rick on the panel, Black Suited5, LA Wilkes, Rush, and Smitty. Salute to you guys. And I do have another topic to talk about real quick. And Black Rick, please call if you can talk right now. You can do it. President Biden, did you see him kneeling in front of the Golden State Warriors? That was shameful. But Black Rick, what say you about Tyree Nichols and the police, sir? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know the full story, but I'm going to assume here, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to assume that he got stopped. He created an altercation, probably started yelling about how he didn't do nothing and didn't follow any of their commands, and got beat up. Is that about right? Am I a little close there? Because each and every situation, it always goes down like that, where command is requested, the requester ignores said command, and then gets beat up. And then the looting and the rioting always happen next, which I think they encourage. And there was a gentleman on this panel that was speaking about the Black Panther, not the Black Panthers, but the Bloods and Crips and some of the original gangs that were formed to protect Black communities. What do you think the turning point was where that paradigm shift occurred, where it stopped being about protecting the community and it turned into that dumb tribal gang warfare crap that they are still practicing to this day? And to further that question, let's break this down a little further. What was the turning point, and do you think there'll ever be a situation where they can switch it back? Because, you know, as much as they go on and on about, and I'm going to try to make sense of this statement here, but as much as they go on and on about police brutality and how dangerous their neighborhoods are because of hostile cops, how come these gangs in turn haven't come together and worked together to police their own neighborhoods again from quote unquote dangerous cops or other dangerous elements?
Money and greed, sir.
Real quick though, Black Rick, and I want the panel to answer your question, but I do have another question for you real quick. What do you think that the IQ levels for police officers should be higher as a requirement to join local police departments?
Well, I'm going to say something a bit radical here, but I don't think a high IQ level is a one-for-one, if that's a good factor to tell if somebody's intelligent or not. I mean, you can have a high IQ but lack critical thinking skills. I think the police department should be reformed and structured in such a way that it's how it's set up in other countries, where it's treated like an actual career. It takes years and years of training, years of background checks, because there is a policing problem. I don't think it's just a black and white cop thing. I just think that, cops will work in a very stressful environment. The reason I'm not a cop is because if I pulled over some mouthy black woman and she got to popping off at me, excuse my language, but I'd beat her ass immediately. I'd drag her out of the car and beat her up. But I could say that in good faith, knowing that I won't become a cop, because I see myself doing that to another person, because I have a zero tolerance for that type of behavior. So I could personally be a police officer, because I'd haul up and whoop someone's ass in a heartbeat. But no, I don't think they should let a complete idiot join. But there should be basic critical thinking tasks or quizzes that they should have.
They have a lot of that already.
Can I answer his gang question real quick? Can I get
Well,
to
yeah,
that?
please, because you just said money and greed, but you didn't really elaborate on.
I know I couldn't.
No, I
that
didn't
was
say. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't say anything about.
Yeah,
it.
but go ahead.
I know exactly where
yeah,
things
you
fell
go
apart.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Respect. Yeah. Oh, yeah. As somebody who's been out there. So, what it is this, right? So, in this day and age, what is considered to be gangs do not have enough OG authority. In a certain point in time, you weren't allowed to just go what they call nowadays slide on your ops without a certain command first. It really was very much more military than anything else. You will get beat and or not deleted if you go make a move without authority from your captain. That's no longer. These young dudes, everybody can just do what they want. They just there's no rank. There is no, so who's your leader?
Right.
It really used to be that.
No, I know. I believe you. I had an article about that.
I'm going to get, that's just one part. So when you ask, as far as like, so how do we get from the point of it was you all trying to help the community, where did that divide come in? The whole Bloods against Crips and everything else, as soon as the government dropped off crack into the neighborhoods, when the drug wars started. See, the thing is that, now I'm going to say this, I don't care, call me Alex Jones, call me what you want. I've been out here and I know real life stories, okay? I'm not coming from no speculation. I'm coming from somebody who actually, in the height of this, have seen it. A lot of stuff was real cool. When they start dropping off certain drugs and stuff into the environment, and when they saw how much it made us crazy for the high as well as for the pay. So now you got gangs that used to be about community activism. Now their whole thing is, you not going to pump on my turf. See, the whole get off my block, you can't make no money here. That's the drugs. I'm telling you. No matter how you want to narrate it or put it, that divide came in when they dropped them drugs off in our neighborhoods. I'm telling you, with somebody who's seen it.
Now, Smitty, can I ask you a question? Now, I'm not aware of this. Who dropped drugs off in the community?
I already see. Hey, listen, watch this.
No, I'm asking.
CT.
No, I'm asking a question.
Let me tell you what happens, and this is the real thing. I'm going to tell you exactly what happens.
Go ahead.
What the officers at one point, what they used to do, okay? They would confiscate a whole lot of stuff. What they would do is anonymously. You don't have to believe me, bro. You have to understand these people move a certain way for a reason. What they do is, so say they get like 10 kilos off of me and like 25 guns and like 100,000 in cash. They're going to keep the money. They're going to go ahead and drop what they got off me after my whole trial when everything's done. You think that just stays as evidence forever? You think it's a brick of coke back from the 80s that was confiscated still sitting in evidence? Come on, sir. Come on now. No. What happens is they take it. So they'll take it from me. I'll go through my trial. They'll give me my life. They'll take that out of evidence, and they'll have some of their Scorpion Squad unit type folks. They'll just have it drop it off. I'm serious. I mean, just they know where folks just drop it off. You just drop it off.
Good day, brother.
I'm telling you right now, this really is something that goes on. Now in this day and age, I'm landing it. Now in this day and age, I'm pretty sure not. I'm talking about like early mid 80s, 90s and stuff like that. Yeah. I have uncles who have real stories who actually talk about, how I came up on this limousine service was because of how this transpired. I have actual relatives who went through actual encounterments of that. Here in DC, especially.
Let me help you out, Smitty. I will give him some credence. It was a lot of stuff going on in it. I wasn't a captain, of course. But of course, we had to study a lot.
There was a lot of going on in the 80s, LA Wilkes.
Oh, man. During the crack era?
LA Wilkes, respectfully, what year were you born?
83. I was living through the crack era. But we had to do studies and during the police department when we were going through our training, and we looked at a lot of different cities. New York, NYPD, they was getting it done. Even here in Philly, they were getting it done.
Okay. Let's use. How about this? What does that mean? Getting it in?
I forgot you. So they were taking drugs off of some guys and actually putting it back on the street and having guys sell it for. I'm not saying overall was that, but you did have groups inside the police department that were de facto drug dealers, and they were taking money. I mean, it was corruption all throughout. But you gotta understand.
So I gotta ask you a question. So when they put it back on the street, who was actually selling it on the street?
No. You asked the question. It was black people. I'm not debating who was right.
I'm curious. I'm just asking.
No, it was actually black people still selling it, but they were still.
But see, but my whole point is, though that was happening, that wasn't the only thing that was happening, and what I'm getting here, what I'm gleaning here is we're trying to finger the government solely for the downtroddenness in the black community, and that's
everybody. And it was everybody. It was everybody.
And I'm just saying it was everybody, and that's greed is what perpetuated these feudal systems that gang bangers.
I have a question for the panel, not to cut you off. Let me ask you this, man. Why black people out of every group in this country?
Cutting me off. Say that to cut you off.
To cut you off.
I'd rather people just say, wait, time out. I'd rather people just say to cut you off instead of saying not to cut you off, because that's what happens.
You're about to start using them big words.
Will you stop putting the logic?
You know what? I appreciate that, man. Because if you were a black man from the inner city, you would have called me all types of N-words and told me to square up with you or something.
Yeah,
to cut you off, sir, why were blacks specifically targeted out of every group in this country?
Why was it black?
I don't know if they were. I don't know if they were.
They weren't targeted. I don't believe that they were targeted. We're just talking about a microcosm of the country because when you see the fentanyl, the fentanyl addicts, the heroin addicts outside of the black community, we can point at the trailer parks and the Appalachian Mountains, etc. I don't believe that they were targeted.
Okay, what about the Asians?
In that sense, Asians had their issues as well. You see the Asian gangs,
not to the same capacity, though.
Well, no. Because let's talk about history. Let's talk about opium. So where did opium come from?
Okay,
China.
we're talking about here in America. I'm not talking about what the British did
Afghanistan, the Middle
in China.
East, Pakistan.
I'm not talking about what the British did to the China man.
So let me explain to the ill-informed. You're obviously ill-informed, and
I'm not. I know exactly what they did over there.
So I'm not talking about China.
The population,
I'm not talking about China. I'm not talking about China. Okay, thank you. You're ill-informed. I'm talking about the opium houses that were on that peppered the West Coast and that peppered the East Coast. So again, I ask you, where did the opium come from?
The opium came from China. That's where they. That's where it started from.
No, that's not where it started. The East India Company, which was a London-based monolith of a company.
Let me clarify for my brother here. What I meant to say was that the British were the first group of people to get the Chinese addicted to opium.
Opium is a white thing.
I was just pointing out the fact
brother. Hold on a second. One person go, then the next.
The point that I'm making is,
don't call me uneducated about it. I was just pointing out the fact that the British.
I just told you that you were ill-informed. So the point that I'm making is, it wasn't a let's target all the blacks in America and make them downtrodden and everybody else succeeds thing. Okay,
sir, you still haven't answered my question. I asked you why were the blacks specifically targeted in the way that they were targeted?
Because you were the only educated Negro on the panel, but you found
I never said that
you were not. So let me
I never said that. Let me persist. Just like my people. If I was talking about all white panel,
let me just persist. Let me persist in my point. My point again is that we were not the only ones. I am answering your question, but you like to talk over people. Again, like I said earlier, to cut you off. Okay. So the point is that we were not the only ones specifically targeted. The media has a sneaky ability to push the 15%. There were others who were going through the same issues. Black people were just the loudest.
Okay. Thank you. I have received your answer, and I disagree with it because I don't think you actually answered my question. Now, I didn't cut you off. I'll let you finish. So don't get the jucking and jiving on me now.
Okay, bro. Don't go into the long talking, man.
All I'm asking is to the scale of slavery, the crack epidemic, the riots, the Chicago riots. Why wasn't any other group targeted as much? Yes, other groups. We all know about the Chinese internment camp or the Japanese internment camp. I'm asking per capita. There's one group that it happened to the most.
It's very simple. Can I answer this question, blacks?
All right, please do.
Okay. Blacks were not targeted with crack or the cocaine, since I've lived through the area. At that time, cocaine was being brought in by the Colombians through the government and everything. It was dropped everywhere.
Yes.
The only difference is the blacks are violent. They're not targeted. It was because of, let me explain to you, because young people don't know. They only hear stories from other people. They were not targeted because whites were doing cocaine just as much as blacks. The only difference is they weren't killing one another and they weren't robbing grandmothers, stealing single mothers' paycheck to do crack. So it's not that they were targeted, it's that they stood out and made themselves a target. Nobody came to target them because as much as it was going on in the black neighborhood, nobody was dying anywhere else. And it wasn't the white people that cried, it was the black people. They were tired of it because a grandmother going working, doing her housekeeping, coming home with her little $40 or $100 paycheck was getting clubbed over the head by some crackhead. And this was going on every single day.
God.
You understand?
And we have to think about the fact that it's a reason why cocaine charges give you less time, crack cocaine charges give you more.
Well,
Why?
there's a simple answer
Hold
to
on, hold
that.
on. It's only
Cocaine is a
one
white man drug.
hold on.
Crack is a nigga drug.
Bruh. I'm trying to stop.
Smitty, to cut you off.
Other people,
To cut you
Other
off.
people want to talk. I'm just trying to say this last part. The only
cut you
reason,
off.
the only reason why I'm saying that is because cocaine is a drug that white people consume along with the. Think about it. Why do you think they're so hard on the opioid epidemic? Because it affects white folks, not Negroes. It's
No,
because
you're
some
wrong,
white
brother.
kids
I
fell
You're
just
wrong.
explained it to you. One
Hold
is a
on.
high class
To cut
white
you
man drug,
off,
and
to
the
cut
other
you
one is
off.
a nigga drug.
Hold on. Just to cut you off and let you know. It's not that. It has nothing to do with the cocaine and crack. It's the violence.
Hold on, Gary, hold on.
That's all that's it.
The only problem that I see with you jigaboos on this goddamn panel is everyone knows that drugs are goddamn illegal, but y'all jigaboos want to keep saying it's the white person's fault that black people is selling it. Get the hell out of here. If you knew
I wasn't blaming the white man. I was just simply answering the man's issue.
You took the chance and you took the dance with it. So you can't go say, oh, it only affected red folks with the crack laws. No, you knew it was illegal, but you chose to do it. So you gonna get whatever time you gonna get. Hey, how about not do it, nigga? I mean, jigaboo. That's all you gotta do is not do it. It's really that simple. I ain't went to jail of crack, cocaine, heroin, none of the drugs. You know why? I know the goddamn consequences to it. It's really just that simple. You people are insane. Insane.
It's in a nigga's blood to commit crimes. They can't help it, nigga. It's in their genetics.
No. That's in your brain.
It's in a blood.
Somebody, it's not in your blood.
It's in their genetics, man.
There's only 15%. Hold on. Hold on a second. Relax.
Being a
Relax, brothers.
Being a pipe head is what?
Relax, brother. First of all, he's saying it's in our DNA. So how come only 20% of us are doing that?
Because he retarded. It's just that simple. I just told him I ain't went to jail over no drugs or that. He must be retarded thinking he did.
You ain't get caught.
Drugs, okay?
You ain't get caught.
I ain't went to jail either.
I'm like Gary. I don't like men. I don't go to jail. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't get caught, Uncle Tom. Let's not mix the stories up, sir. What are we doing?
Nah, facts. I know big folks that's done way more than me, and for some reason they just never was on radar. That's a fact, bro. Real
maybe
talk.
they should get smarter about it, like not have a broken tail light or something stupid that gonna get them caught up. You know what I'm saying? Just be smart with the drug dealing. It's okay. I deal drugs.
And I'll tell you the major problem is no other ethnicity coddle criminals. That's what we do that no other people do. Whether you're talking to the Chinese, the Indians, or the whites. You're a criminal. Get the hell away from us. With us now, you're a criminal. Well, JoJo had to do it. You know he needed some new shoes. We have
come on now. You know niggas love their Jordans. Don't talk about them.
And that's why they're in
never owned a pair of Jordans in my life.
Me myself, I don't think any shoe should cost over $50 unless it's got a hard bottom. But that's just my thing.
Chaos, ignorance, lack of self-control and discipline. It's in the niggas' DNA. They can't help themselves.
That's why we don't really talk to niggers. We talk to black people. We knew that from back in the 60s, the 50s. You have niggers and you have black people. But the difference is, up until the 70s, we disassociated from them. But now we include them and make them represent us.
The problem is...
That's the problem.
Political policies have incentivized a certain genetic abnormality to reproduce en masse. And as a result, you are seeing a younger and younger and younger generation raise the next young generation of kids. That results in the situation that you see in the South Side of Chicago or any Black inner city community. In fact, even when the Negroes make a little bit of money and they move out to the suburbs, they carry that ignorant culture, which I don't even think it's a cultural thing now. I think it's in their DNA. It's in their blood. They can't help it.
Well,
is that what
I'll
happens?
say this. I think it's definitely something in the food and or water, because this
Oh,
is something I
well,
personally noticed, and I'm
well,
real
y'all
quick.
smoking a lot of
I personally noticed how a lot of these young guys nowadays, from the rappers and everything, don't nobody have no facial hair. Why these young boys don't grow no facial hair? Nobody got nothing on their face. I mean, they can barely grow a mustache. I'm
Yeah.
trying. Everybody got this baby. It's like they're like a 285-month-year-old. Okay, it's weird. Okay, nobody grows facial hair. Something gotta be in the water. Why y'all can't
It's
get no
not the
facial hair,
water,
bruh?
brother. It's not the water.
There was actually a study done on this. Okay,
It grew up on a wire.
and it has nothing to do with water, chemicals, anything like that. It's much more simple. It has to do with so you look at a picture of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar when he was 18 or something, and you're like, man, that man always looked like a grown man. So what you think? And then you look at a picture of a man who's in the NBA who started when they were 18, and you're like, man, he looked like a baby, etc. It all comes down to relativity. It's relative. Then he may have looked younger, though testosterone levels were higher in a sense back then. It's all relative. You look at a picture. They did a pic. There was a man who happened to take a picture of himself from the time he was 21 years old and just married, and in the same outfit. He did it twice first. And his wife noticed that he had done it, and then they let him take that picture from the time he was 21 years old all the way to the time he was 70, and the changes, and how they're saying you always looked old. But then when you look at it with a discerning eye, you can tell that he obviously looked younger then. It's relative, man. But to your point about chemicals in the water, yeah, they have forever chemicals in the water, micro pieces of plastic, etc. But again, man, everybody is not recognizing the fruit for the trees, man. It really is a simple case of immorality. You know, there's no moral compass anymore, and that is what's driving today. And to my man's point on the bottom, he said it's an ingrown genetic thing.
Genetic disorder, sir. Genetic disorder.
Genetic
disorder.
Genetic disorder.
I call it
because you made the point that, you know, the groups of people having children are getting younger and younger and younger. But previously, the average marriage age was around 17 and a half in America. And people were coming of age just fine. What do you think changed? It wasn't the fact that they were not able to get pregnant earlier. It's the fact that there is a moral compass issue. The morality is second tier. That's it.
LA Wilk says, for the $5 super chat, says, for all the jigaboos on the panel except for me. Thank you for the $5 super chat, and also being a member of the Lapeef Network. LA Wilkes, Big Ant 11 with the $10 super chat says, chaotic, these cops are not properly trained. My nephew, it took 5 months to make SWAT team, and it took me 2.5 years of training before my first assignment. They are not trained enough and given a gun. Now, Big Ant, I talked about that the first 35, 40 minutes that I was on here solo dolo. I talked about how the requirements have been lowered and how an increasing of requirements through a set of metrics that I came up with would properly train these officers. And I talked about you have to have a bachelor's degree, have to have a high IQ. You can't have a past where you've been affiliated with gangs, things of that magnitude. Absolutely. So that's what I was talking about for the first 35, 40 minutes. So you may want to go back and just watch some of that real quick. And I got something else.
I got a SWAT trained.
Yeah, I got to read. Let me read one more thing real quick. And the last thing I need to read is, let me put everybody on mute real quick. And also the conversation of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar came up. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was an Chaotic Truth Live says Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was an unskilled hooper that played against church deacons. I agree with that. That's guy. Go ahead, Black.
No, I'm saying, do we need a SWAT trained police force?
Can I ask you a question, CT? Not because you're a buck.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Cut you off, as you say. What would be the acceptable? Because you got to ask this question because most people don't comprehend this. So you say most cops need to be higher trained, right? Which I agree. But what would be acceptable deletion rate? Waiting for these cops to get trained. What would be acceptable from the citizens?
Attrition.
Yeah.
You mean attrition by I'm sorry, go ahead.
Citizens, by other citizens, by criminals. Because people are going to be deleted because criminals are going to run amok because you're not going to have the police on the street to patrol. So it's going to be a certain amount of,
I gave the example earlier. And I used the McDonald's example. McDonald's doesn't need 50 people in the store anymore for it to operate like it did in the 90s when I was a kid.
That's a controlled environment.
I'm trying to answer your question. Again, these neighborhoods are also in controlled environments. Yes, you millennials, you boomers, you criminals, not you guys on the panel, of course, you're done. You're going to eventually die off. We're going to die off one day. But you got to start with the kids. Like, for example, you have kids nowadays, and it was another one of many videos, a kid fighting, hold on for a second, Smitty, fighting her teacher. Teacher's about 240 pounds, and this black woman is afraid to ragdoll this girl. But see, that needs to come back. You got to set examples with these kids, these 15, 16, 17-year-olds.
That can't come back because what about the parents retaliating against the teacher?
That's what I'm saying. You can't, hold on for a second. Most of these kids are raised by single mothers. So if a police officer is saying, if I catch you kids in here harassing people coming into the gas station by offering them weed, I'm going to take you in the back and knock you the fuck out. See, you have a lot of kids that won't. I know, Smitty, but I worked with kids, and I'm telling you, it happens. You have to knock one of these little niggas out, and you got to do it in front of a lot of those kids. I'm telling you, I used to teach these kids.
So, CP, this is coming from the same man who just said.
Give me a second to black out. I was a teacher. I'm telling you, when you let kids run amok, they turn into the 40-year-old wino walking down the street throwing an ice house can in front of your house. And then if you say something to them, they're so high on crack and PCP, they might kill you. But see, if you smack the shit out of them and beat their ass as a teacher or a police when they're 14 or 15, I bet you they will grow up to be upstanding citizens when you start ragdolling them. That's what you have to do. You got to do. Listen, I'm tired. You know why I don't like going to the hood? Because I'm tired of going in Black Rick. I'm tired of going into the inner city gas stations and some little niglet is asking me if I want some weed. See, I call the police on this little 15, 16-year-old ass.
They'll ask you, do you want the weed or if you can buy them a Black and Mild or
that's what you gotta do. You gotta have officers that say, listen,
CC, why don't you just say no to drugs?
I gotta put this on you. You can't, that's how you start. See, a Tyree Nichols, I'm not saying he was a bad person all around, but those police, there was some sort of breakdown in their past. And I'm telling you, it starts with the little things. And one day somebody's going to say, you know what? Chaotic Truth was right. He was crazy. He said off the wall things, but he was right. You got to start with the little things. If you're a police officer, especially you, L.A. Wilkes, you can't give these little niggas breaks. And I mean niggas as people. You see some kids walking down the street littering, you turn on your sirens. You say, you pick that up now or I'm going to beat your ass.
That's how they do it in other countries like South Korea.
That's what you got to do. If you do that, these inner cities, especially like Memphis, would turn into Singapore.
See, you did a great job of dodging my question.
Guys.
He sure did.
You did a great job of dodging my question. You did a wonderful job. You said a whole lot of words. It was a whole.
Get you the fuck out of here.
CT, let me ask you.
No,
Sorry, guys.
Go ahead, LA,
CT.
because you already was going. You go first.
Yeah.
You
Sorry,
go
guys.
first,
Please
LA.
don't
Go ahead,
curse,
LA.
guys. We're not supposed to cuss. Sorry, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, you did all that, but you never answered my question. What would be acceptable attrition rate until this happens? 50%, 20%?
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. See, here goes Lante, proving my point. Look at him. Look at him. Chaotic, you'll get found in a ditch. Lame. You an internet nigga. See, a person like Lante, he doesn't understand how society really works. You see, if the so-called inner city black was so tough, he would control the military. He would control the police force. He would control the environment around him or her. Lames, as you say, sir, control nation states. Lames control the military. Lames control R&D, research and development. You, Lante, don't control anything. You are afraid of blacks like me because you know what I would do if I was in a position of power, Lante. That's why you call me a lame. See, I've heard this all my life growing up. Instead of combating the issues in the black community, instead of combating single motherhood, instead of combating broken windows theory, people not cutting their grass, the wino throwing beer bottles on the street, people shooting dice in open. See, you're mad at me because I'm telling the truth. You see, what happened in Memphis happens under the people like Lante, the people who want chaos and disorder. See, I really have black pride. I really have racial pride, unlike a lot of you. Lante wants chaos and disorder. That's why he said that a person like me would rather see me die. A person who is college educated, a person who has had several businesses, a person who speaks proper English, a person who's never committed any crime. See, he would rather, that's what he really wants. He wants me to die. See, he doesn't want the person who is robbing, shooting, and killing fellow blacks in the black community to die. He doesn't want the black kids who shoot up and down the streets. It happens every damn day in Chicago and shoot innocent 7, 8-year-olds. See, he don't want them to die. He wants me to die. And he calls me an internet ninja. See, this is Lante. I wasn't trying to make this a topic of race tonight. I was just trying to make it a topic of police reform. That's all I was doing, making it about police reform. But like most conversations, we go into race. Tyree Nichols behaved the way he behaved that night was because he was brainwashed with the victim culture. He was told that he's a slave. He was told that he can act a certain way because the police are bad all his life. That's why he acted like that, black or white police. It didn't matter. That's why he was resisting arrest. You know, flopping all around. That's why those cops, they did what they did. Because we as black people, especially, we're told we could act a fool and we could blame everything on white supremacy and yada, yada, yada. And then a black person like myself points this out. And then Lante here says, pretty much what he's saying is he wishes that I would die. You see how sick we are as a people? But Lante, don't worry about it. I've worked with people like you. I was a probation officer for many years, man. I worked in the courts, worked in the inner cities, man. And I have so much racial pride, man, that I'm going to fight to my last breath, man, to save our race. Because I really believe in our race. See, I'm not a weed smoking, alcohol drinking Negro either. I know who really has power and who doesn't. You see, whether you're an internet nigga or street nigga, being a street nigga hasn't gained you any damn power globally. This white man, he got space stations. He got satellites. White man got fusion technology now. And Lante's talking about, I'm an internet nigga. Can you imagine this? Street niggas ain't invent fusion technology. Street niggas don't control the Fortune 500s. Street niggas don't control, hell, even the police departments. It's black women. It's black men with advanced college degrees. You know, one day I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm not gonna talk to blacks anymore. I'm not gonna say anything to you. I did it when I was in school as a teacher. I did it. Hell, I even did it when I was in high school. Did it in college. I've done it everywhere, man. I've tried to be the second coming of Martin Luther King, of Malcolm X, of Patrice Lumumba, of Thomas Sankara, of so many great Negroes throughout history. And time again, you run into a nigga like Lante. It's absolutely fascinating. I'm trying to talk about police reform here. I'm trying to talk about how to save the community. All to be called a damn lame. You know, Lante, I've made you famous. Don't worry about it. But you know what? I'm gonna get out of here, man. I hold on for a second. I'm dumbfounded. You know, normally comments in the comment section don't even get me aroused. I mean, not what's the word I'm looking for? Riled up. But this one really did. It really did. I would go take it to somewhere, but I'm not even gonna do it. But I want you to have your same sentiment. Same sentiment when it comes to the white police officers that are policing your neighborhood. I want you to have that same sentiment when it comes to the white developers that come into these same neighborhoods and just take over. Black people talk all that tough stuff, but white developers come in and take over the very same land that you're drug dealing on, that you're committing crimes. Now, I'm not saying that you're doing it, but that's tough, Lante. Owning shit. So, lame or not, man, we're all a part of the same boat, Lante. Salute to you, Lante. Hope all is well with you. Happy Black History Month to you as well. I'm going to let everybody back on the panel. Give me a second here. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor, guys. Sorry.
Hey, CT.
Lante's content. Go ahead.
Real quick. This came into my phone. All right. And
let's get you up out of here. Go ahead, man. What came to your phone?
Yeah. Thanks.
What came to your phone, man? Go ahead.
Nah, because I want to ask you this because you definitely have a very much so Cajun charcoal Winston Churchill type feel. So I would like to ask you this question, sir. This came into my phone. It said, because I asked the poll about the whole how do we fix the Tyree person and the police brutality. This person says, if only America would fall into communism, then racism, police brutality, and anti-anythingism would not be. Do you think that all of these things, what he's saying is that all these things would stop if America falls into communism? Now, this person is definitely, he said the reason why we have racism, the reason why we have, what did he say? Racism and affirmative action, all of these things is because we're not communists. He said, how you eliminate all of that and make everything equal is to be communist.
And well, let me get this straight real quick before anybody says anything. Are you in support of this?
Absolutely not.
Oh, he said absolutely not. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, okay, okay.
There's always one or two of them.
He
Always.
said absolutely not. Okay, good.
No,
Hey,
I'm a
Smitty,
capitalist, bro. I'm about
Smitty,
business. I'm a hustler. Nah,
Smitty,
I was
Smitty, Smitty,
about to
you
Smitty,
make what
Smitty,
you make. You
Smitty,
get your keep.
Smitty, just ask that guy, send back USSR and
He's
put
Spanish.
4 exclamation
It's a
marks.
Spanish guy. He's Spanish. He's not black. He's
I know,
Spanish.
I know, send him that sign, the USSR with 4 exclamation points, and then write, this is what communist gets you.
Also,
I don't
recommend
know
him
too
a
much
book.
about the USSR because I never studied.
Well, recommend him a book called Black Bolshevik by Harry Haywood.
Hold on.
Harry
Okay.
Haywood. It's called Black Bolshevik.
Okay.
You know, that'll get his rocks off.
Black, you think people actually read today? Come on, brother.
Well, if he's claiming to be a communist, then
No, he's hard on this. He's hard.
then he'll
I've
read
looked up
that
his
book.
page. He is. He's big on that.
The problem here is they have this infantile fascination with communism. And like I said, you always get one or two, like Bumpkin.
Real quick, Black. What's the name of that book? I'm typing it now.
It's called
No bull.
Black Bolshevik.
Black bullshitting, black BSing,
Bolshevik,
Bolshevik, black.
Yeah, Bolshevik.
Spell the Bolshevik.
B-O-L.
Okay, B-O-L.
I think it's C-H-E-I-V.
C. Okay. Oh, okay. That sounds German or like Czechist.
Or
No, it's Russian.
Oh, Russian. Okay.
He's just talking about Bolshevikism.
Bolshevik. Okay, got you. Go ahead. Got you.
But again, yeah, that's all, man. By Harry Haywood. The problem is you always find him just like Bumpkin. Bumpkin is he's not black. He is a socialist at heart, or a capitalist socialist, or whatever he calls himself. But the problem is that here we are talking about this, and they always insert or interject with something that's completely off the board. It's not even on the board. It's not even something that we have to deal with here. Well, we're starting to have to deal with it here, but it shouldn't be something that we would want to deal with in these Americas. Capitalism is the lingua franca for business and for our society, and I wouldn't have it any other way, period.
Hey, you know what? He's right. And Chaotic, it's funny that you brought up that example of how power works. Because, when I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and every day, fights, gang shit, they talk about how this is their hood, and they set living housing developments. The white man would let the entire neighborhood enter decay for about 3 to 4 decades, and then bulldoze it all down, set up a Starbucks, set up a Pete's Coffee and Tea, set up a poetry theater or something, and kick them all out. And the same dudes that were dying, shooting each other, claiming it to be their block, disappeared.
Where on the south side did you grow up?
Hey, Black. He responded real quick. He said the author of that book is non-creditable.
Didn't I tell you?
He said the author is non-creditable, bruh.
Okay. Well, since we're going off of his metric, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Respect.
Where on the south side did you grow up?
Who, me?
Black Rick.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, I know you want to talk to me.
Wait,
you're the only one named Black Rick, aren't you?
Bro, he ain't say no name. He just said where you grew up on the south side, Gary. Stop it.
He said Black Rick.
I didn't hear him say that.
It was
my bad. Dang it, I stand corrected. I apologize, Black. Forgive me.
Look, all I'll say is the Hyde Park area. Okay, was close to my neighborhood.
Okay, I was just wondering. I grew up over there too. I went to South Shore High School.
No, what? Okay, well, look, that's just a coincidence. The point is, God, you just messing with me. Anyway,
I'm not messing with you. I went to South Shore High School.
The point is
right
this.
off Jeffrey.
Wait. Which year did you graduate?
2004.
Oh,
What year were you born there, Black Rick?
1987.
That's a college. Some young niggas.
Did you go to South Shore?
I briefly.
What school were you in?
What?
Entrepreneurship?
What's
Leadership?
that mean?
That means
Frequently.
no. It means he went, but he didn't
What?
finish.
Look,
He went, but he didn't finish.
You went and then you
I left
transferred.
that.
I probably know you.
I left that behind me.
Okay, that's fine.
What does
I just wanted
that
to know.
mean?
You said South Side. I just wanted to know where. Obviously, we were around the same time. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, by a couple of years.
I mean, I was born in '86.
So, but look, I digress. The point is, the point that I was trying to make
That
was
messed him up, boy. That messed him up.
yeah, it did a little bit. I'm over here rubbing my ear. But chaotic truth, that comment of hate and anger is one that I see all too often in our community, where we act tough and want to get hostile to each other. Soon as the white man shows up and puts that hammer down, boom, it goes away. All that tough guy, all that gang banging, they think it's cool to be in and out of the industrial prison complex. Like
all the white man has to do is put a for sale sign.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is I sometimes wonder if they're even cognitive or aware that they're knee deep in a system that is so designed to keep them at the very bottom that they think they're doing something when they're really not. Like dope boys, for instance. We all knew them growing up. You could go out on the street corner, hustle, sell a little bit of weed, sell some fentanyl or whatever, sell some angel dust and PCP back in the day. And I used to get in arguments with these Negroes because I'd be like, yo, dog, I was a manager at the Burger King, and they'd clown me every day for that. And one day I sat down and I hung out with him all day, and I realized he worked about 80 to 90 hours a week versus my little 30 hours a week that I was working. And I said, look, I go into a job. I'm not stressed out. I'm not worried about somebody trying to rob me, somebody trying to shoot me. Their counter argument was always, oh, man, I ain't working for nobody, man. I'm going to work for myself. And I'm like, well, technically, you are working for somebody. You're working for the person that brought the drugs into the neighborhood, sold them to you, and then now you have to cut it and take your own cut. And, niggas, they smoke half of this supply. So you end up not even making as much money as someone on minimum wage working at Burger King every day.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
How many hours have you spent out on the streets?
It don't sound like many.
Hey, bro, what are you talking about right now?
Hold on. That's not real. Oh, stop, Smitty. Smitty, you keep driving the what's it called conversation where it's not supposed to go. That doesn't really matter.
Wait, no, I want to hear what Smitty has to
No. Gary, I'm going to show you where I'm going. Just like anything else. One thing I be very careful of talking about, even though my grandfather and I got many relatives who are in the police force and in the military. My grandfather was in the Korean War, so on and so forth. I watch my tongue when it comes to just talking about military stuff.
All right.
You want to know why? Because I've never been there. Never went through boot camp. Never went through nothing. I shut my mouth on that. Bruh.
Okay.
On some real talk. If you ain't never really been in the streets, if you ain't never really lived that life, if you ain't never really had them days when you try and figure out what the F you gonna do, if you've never had a moment when you had to think, do I gotta cross my best friend or not just to make it through? I don't think you understand stuff, sir. Don't.
Hold on.
Watch this. Stop.
Guys,
I'm landing it. Don't talk about construction if you've never done it. Don't talk
I
about
get
being.
that.
Hold on.
Me,
Stop.
I've
Stop.
never been a
Stop.
gang
Stop.
member.
Stop.
Gary,
Stop,
Gary,
Smitty.
you're right.
Smitty,
Gary,
first
you're
of
right,
all,
sir.
that's
Smithy, you're right.
crazy.
Wait.
No, he's
What?
not right. No.
He
Let's
is.
not go any further. Okay, so
Let's
you
go,
can't
Gary.
talk about the weather because you're not a weatherman.
Hey,
You
bro,
can't talk
you're
about
right.
politics because you're not a politician.
Gary,
Don't
you
be
just
Gary,
took
stupid,
everything I
man.
said
you're
all the way
Anybody
back
can
to
talk
the
about
brain.
You're
anything.
coming at this all
No,
wrong.
I'm
No.
talking
I'm
about
coming at it
You can
logically.
speak on it.
Because
Yes,
you know what?
yes.
You know, I'm about
Gary,
to black
Gary,
out this
Gary,
thing.
you can
You can
speak
talk
on it.
about it, but that
Hold
doesn't
tight.
mean you know what you're
Hold tight.
talking
Hold
about.
tight. Hold tight. Hold tight.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can speak on it. Absolutely. Can you give your general perspective and from what you see from an outside perspective? Absolutely. But when you start trying to go into details and when you start trying to say certain little things like, well, how come a drug that, and this amount of money in McDonald's, bruh, cut all of that. You
Why?
ain't been there. Listen again. Yes, you can. I'm saying yes, Gary. Stop, Gary. Stop. Yes, you can. Yes, you can speak your mind on what you see as an outside, as a civilian. Listen, me, I am at the point I'm considered non-active in the streets, right? I can
Okay.
still speak. There are some people who are active. They would try to get on me right now for talking simply because I'm not active. I don't go by that. The fact is, I have my experiences. You,
Right.
as a civilian, you have certain experiences from what you might have seen from the outside looking in. All of the windows in the house are important, not just the front view. We need to know what the backyard view is. We need to hear me, bro.
No, we don't got to stop that.
I hear
Stop.
where you're coming from, Smithy, and it sounds like if you don't have
Criminals don't get any kind of.
Okay, Gary, just calm down. If you don't have a knowledgeable background in a specific subject like the streets, you can't have a opinion of facts. Is that close to what you're trying to say? Like, well,
that's nowhere near. I just specifically said.
Sum it up in one sentence, then.
You can have your view on the outside as a civilian, but when you get to speaking about specific details on the inside, and you've never been in the rooms of this, you've never been in the trenches of this, I think you need to fall back. Now, ask questions. You got somebody up here. Listen, look. Let me just say this and I'm shutting up. Anything I want to know about law,
Yeah, I mean, you talk too long,
Okay,
man.
come on now. No. Okay.
Anything I want to know about military, I will ask Uncle Tom.
I'm about to black out.
Him.
Now,
I'll ask Uncle Tom.
I
what
was
do you
never
know?
in jail.
Because I want to
never
learn
went to
from somebody
juvie.
from the military.
I didn't
I
grow
will
up in a
ask
broken
LA
home. I'm
about
not
the
talking
police.
about the
Now, hold
military. I
tight,
never
bro.
fighted in.
You heard me say.
Listen,
you heard me say earlier,
are
bro.
Are you gonna let me speak, sir?
Jojo, hello. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. How you doing? I got to put them in the back. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
I'm joining a little bit late here. I did see when you first went live. Are we saying that Tyree broke a law? I'm a little late. I missed a lot of it. Did he break some law?
Yes, Jojo, yes. Without anybody muting up, give me a second. Yes. From the 20-minute video that I watched, he did break the law. He was resisting arrest. He was fighting with the police. He broke. He was running from evading the police officers. So yes, he did break a law. Now, I also said this earlier that the police definitely appeared to be very untrained, certainly unprofessional. And that's why I got into the topic of how the police at the local levels in major cities possibly need an overhaul. And I gave certain metrics as to what this overhaul will look like. IQ standards need to increase. Physical standards need to increase. Even background standards need to increase. For example, no gang affiliation ever prior to employment. No heavy drug usage. And I also said at minimum a bachelor's degree, and then increasing the minimum pay to 125, 150,000. Go ahead, Jojo. You got the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That makes sense. And when I seen the video, like he was laying down, they're like grabbing his arm. He's trying to get on his stomach. They're all yelling. Like you said, you spoke to that. There was just very unorganized. And I was just shocked that there's actually people that are like, well, maybe he deserved to die. Like, I don't think cops should ever, and just like you said, to your point, no one should ever die when they're supposed to be protecting the community. Now, one thing I do agree on is that when these type of things happen, it's just a distraction to the Black community. I'm pretty sure there's some shit going on in politics right now that we're probably not paying attention to. So,
well, whether there is something going on in politics or not, that it's neither here nor there. The main thing is that the police, there needs to be an overhaul in police.
Right.
Yeah, but what exactly are you trying to say?
No, I was just curious. I just came on here. I'm late, and I'm just like, I couldn't believe that this is actually a discussion right now. Like, what is the point? What is the point of like saying that?
Guys, please, just let me rock it out real quick. Okay, I'm sorry, Jojo. What did you ask me? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like, the reason I came on, it was just I couldn't believe. Like, for one, when the video happened, my father was like, "Did you see what happened to Tyree Nichols?" I was like, you know what? I don't watch that kind of thing because all it is a distraction. But the reason I came on, it was like I just couldn't believe there's actually some people that believe that what happened to him is justified. Now, they're going to most definitely ride this out. There's going to be some money pushed behind it, just like George Floyd and all that bull crap. And I think as Black people, we need to start waking up to that. Again, I might be off. You guys sound like you guys are having a heated conversation as soon as I came in.
No. It's just me and you for right now. Hold on for a second. Yeah. Okay. So what are you saying about Tyree? Like, what are you saying about him? Are you saying he was completely innocent?
No, I don't know what happened that led up to them apprehending him, but it was just that cops are like yelling, screaming, "Get on the floor! Shut the fuck up!" That's what I was saying. They gave about doing all these things, and he's trying. He's on his stomach. He's like, "What did I do?" But he's actually complying. And then I see when he ran. Of course, you don't run, but I would be scared shitless if someone's like, they're out of control. He could tell that he's dealing with demons at this point. Then no one demons.
Okay, and let me ask you a question, Jojo. And I don't know how old you are, but are you over 30?
I'm 42.
42?
Yeah.
Can you name me, and without Googling, can you name me a Black engineer, medical doctor, someone of that caliber that goes through these things on a constant basis, or even if ever in your entire 42 years of life?
No, I don't know anyone personally. No.
Have you ever heard about, do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Yes.
Do you know who Macy? Do you know who Macy? Okay, so you know what he did. So you know he's an astrophysicist. Do you know who Macy Jameson is?
No.
She's the first Black female astronaut.
Okay.
How come these people don't get slammed? And I'm pretty sure they've gotten pulled over. But how come these people? I'm pretty sure they've gotten pulled over for speeding, traffic infractions as well, like most Americans. How come the police aren't beating their asses?
I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they've had people. I'm a hardworking woman. I got pulled over once, and the cop was super aggressive. But I'm not on the news talking about, oh, cops are bad. I'm not. I want to make clear, like, I don't think that all cops are bad.
This cop was super aggressive. So how was he super aggressive, or her? How was they super aggressive?
It was just a regular traffic stop, and I was on my way to get my daughter. I was running late. I may have been speeding, so I'm in the wrong, right? But he pulled me over, and he was like, but still, I didn't get beat up or anything like that. But I guess the fear from these different media outlets, things that I picked up from my, younger days. I grew up in a pretty rough neighborhood. So, but at the same time, I work in corporate America. Let me just put it this way, not to go down the rabbit hole. I don't believe that all cops are bad. I believe that there's a few bad apples. Now, Black people, one thing that irritates me as a Black community, we do, and it's not even obviously it's not a color issue here, but it's like Black, blue against the Black or whatever. I don't even think it's that. To me, it's a money grab. This is about to get blown the hell up. They're going to jump on it. It's going to be a whole statue and everything. But it's just sad. Like, this dude was a skateboarder. He was chilling. I don't know what happened before. And I don't know the rumors about him messing with someone. But we waste a lot of time. We put a lot of energy in this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it happened. People should be really comforting his family that they had to see this video. He's screaming for his mother. Like, that was crazy.
Jojo, let me stop you real quick. First of all, let me read the super chat. LA Wilkes with the $5 super chat says, I knew he was going to talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson to sit down. Hold down because it needs to stop. Thank you, LA Wilkes. Jojo, let me ask you a question. How many black children have gotten killed just alone in Chicago by Negroes shooting at each other and missing?
Way too much, and we don't talk about it.
Right. So shouldn't we try to comfort the families of beautiful little angels who are dying, little 7, 8-year-olds that are dying, more than a grown man who was resisting arrest?
Oh yeah, it's most definitely an agenda. Like the cops doing this. This is, like I said, it's a money grab. I agree. We don't talk about what's going on in Chicago. We don't talk about what's going on in the inner city. You'll never see any media outlet or panels like this that actually make a whole big deal about, hey, last week little Kiki got killed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You'll never hear about that. So I agree. I'm with you. But I was a little shocked. Like, I mean, what did Tyree do though? I'm curious. Like, what exactly was he a criminal?
I'll tell you what he did. I'll tell you what he did, and I'm going to leave it to the panel for this. I'll tell you what he did, in my opinion. He wants to live in Liberia without actually moving there. Does that make sense?
Is that a county or something over there? I'm from San Diego, man.
I didn't mean to laugh at you, Jojo. Liberia is a war-torn West African country.
Oh, right. That's what I knew to be in Africa, but I thought you mentioned, like, I don't know if that's a county where he was.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So hear me out for a minute. I'll tell you exactly what happened with him. He wants to live in an uncivilized environment.
Okay.
But only in a civilized country.
Okay.
So he wants anarchy. At least at that moment, he wants disorder. But the problem is that he doesn't live in a country like that. So him being disobedient to the police, and even though there was a lot of commands, he was fighting back. He was resisting arrest. He even got up and he must have been on PCP. He was fending off at least 5 of the cops. So what I'm saying is that,
I mean, that seems like your opinion, though. Not to interrupt, but that's your opinion. What exactly did you get pulled over for?
I saw it on video, but I'm not gonna say anything. Hold on, I'm gonna let the panel rock with you real quick, and I rock with you.
He even said, guys, you guys are doing too much. You're doing a little bit much. Okay, I'm on the floor. He was saying it.
Brown. But
speak facts. Like, what did he do?
But
he didn't know how to shut up.
Hold on, Gary, give me 1 second, Gary. I'm gonna let y'all guys rock it out because the panel, y'all
take it in and follow the orders.
Hold on a second. Okay, Jojo. I know, Jojo, you're a woman. I know your biology is different from mine. I know your mind. You have the luxury to do this. What he did was, again, he wants to live in Congo. He wants to live in Niger, but the unfortunate nature is that this is not Niger. We have law and order here. And so my argument is that when you disobey police commands and you fight with the police, go live in a country like that. Go live in Liberia where you can act a fool. There ain't really no good courts. The jail, you can walk in and out of jail when you want. Go live over there. That's what he did wrong. Go ahead. I
mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I'm still not getting the question answered. What caused him to get pulled over? What caused him to get pulled over? And did not anyone see that he was already? They dragged him out of his car.
You asked the question. Let him answer, darling.
Okay, now I can see why that cop and you had a problem. That cop was trying to give you a ticket and you talking over the cop. Jojo, he got pulled over because, like most people in a certain community, either the tags were expired, suspended license, too much tint, smoking weed in the car. It was one of the 5. Which 5 do you think it was, Jojo?
Maybe he was speeding or something, right?
Okay, he's breaking a traffic law.
Okay. And then how many cops were there to pull him over?
I've seen cops pull over church ladies, white women taking their kids to soccer practice. It'd be 2 and 3 cops too. Sometimes they just are so bored that it's, hey, come help me. Stop. Give me a second, Uncle Tom, because I know how this panel can get. Just give me a second. There's a lot of you Negroes on the panel. I wish some whites to call in to bring order. Go ahead, JoJo.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong at all. I'm not one to say Black people don't do nothing. He got pulled over for no reason. He must have gotten pulled over for a reason. It just seemed very aggressive, though. Like, why did they drag him out the car? I'm really sincerely asking. Like, why was this
if
man
you had a job where niggas were shooting at you every other day, how would you act if you pulled somebody over?
What was that?
Every day you pull somebody over, they act aggressive. You gotta beat them niggas up.
So why didn't they tell us what they pulled him over for? Because they still haven't released what they pulled him over for, Rick.
No, I mean, this is a serious. Go ahead, Uncle Tom.
Say one thing. Did you guys hear about the possibility that there was prior relations before this incident?
Yep.
Rumors.
It's not about bro.
It was rumors of prior relations. Yes.
And even him taking pictures of the young brother at the scene while he's beating on the cop car and then sending it to wherever they speculate to the baby mama as a warning. However, I don't think if there's these type of situations,
has that been verified?
As I was saying, I wouldn't throw that past anything. It might not necessarily be that case, but prior relations, maybe that guy was into something. Maybe those cops were dirty. Maybe he was a hit on. Like there are things like that where
right. And that's what we were saying, Sway. Yes, go ahead.
But I'm saying, when you said he got pulled over for something, what did he get pulled over for? Because that still has not been released. That would be something that we should know from the jump, because it's a simple traffic violation.
It was released. Yeah. It was released, Uncle Tom. It was released. The man, they had some kind of like, you know how.
Okay, enough's enough. Okay. Sway, what's up, man? Salute to you, man. Okay, one at a time. You Negroes can't handle a panel. I'm bringing you guys up again. Give me a second here. Go ahead, Sway. You can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
I'm straight. I mean, I just, like I said, there's nuance, and outside of the evidence that we're given, this case has just happened. So most of the stuff we're talking about is speculation. You know what I mean? So at this point, we don't have any truth, no facts. There's been no investigation that has happened yet. It is still going down. So we can just speculate.
Okay. That's fine. Nobody said the cops were innocent. Nobody said that Tyree was innocent. Sway, I don't know if you heard the first hour of me talking, right? And I get what you're coming from. I was going to get into that. What I was originally saying is that there needs to be a police overhaul in local municipalities. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying.
I would agree.
JoJo, what say you real quick? I'm going to bring up everybody else. Okay.
Oh, I most definitely agree. It needs to be a major overhaul. Will it ever happen? Is there funding? That's, it's all wrapped. It's all an agenda, in my opinion. But they, yeah, I totally agree.
I got a question for you. Will you
Can I answer that piece? Okay. First of all, I don't think you need an overhaul of the police. All you need is a psychological test of each police officer. Yes. Because the majority of all the abuse and those things come from people that fail psychological tests. 100. So we already know that they're abusive. So if you just get rid of these guys that are a little mentally incapable, you don't have to do an overhaul. And you guys suggested an overhaul. Who's all signing up to be policemen? We have one on the panel. Understand? It's not a job that people are dying to get into. So please look at the big picture. You had 5 crazy cops out of millions of these guys. And we're judging a whole system on 5 people or 10 people or even 100 people out of millions. Come on, let's get real. Overhaul of the police?
That makes sense.
Our Payne, you've been waiting patiently. What say you, sir? Then we're going to get to anomalous.
All right. Let me back up to square one. Like I said, nobody knows what really happened. Even the police chief questions the fact that he was driving erratically. Now, let me just tell you, first of all, there's no criminal record on this guy. And I just have my scenario in my head. Driving home from work, having committed no crime, nothing. and it's a routine traffic stop, and these 5 dudes come on you like madmen, guns drawn, taser out, pepper spraying, and he actually tried to comply, but they were throwing so much stuff at him, he was confused. Now, every human should have at least some time to process what's going on with them, especially if you're an innocent man or a woman. Let me just finish this. So I say, how did he get away? These guys were so emotionally erratic, they pepper sprayed each other, and he got away. From 5 cops, they were out of control, out of this. And then let's not even talk about the beating, okay, which was savage, and there's no excuse for it. I don't want to hear anything, nobody try to justify the fact that he ran, justifying what happened. Now, here's my real theory. Jason Whitlock came out and talked about baby mama culture and all that kind of stuff. Well, this guy had a stepdaddy. I don't know how long he was in his life. But if we had any police reform, I would like to know how many of those cops came from fatherless homes. Because I didn't see any logic at the traffic stop. I didn't see any logic when they were killing them. I didn't see one person stand up. It was just big, strong, buxom men acting like emotional creatures. There was no logic whatsoever in any of that scenario. And I said, what the hell is going on with these men? You know, so if we talk about in other walks of life, about fatherless households, and in the Black community, the 70% dysfunction that permeates almost everything we do, from gang members, from dropping out of college, from incarceration, that would go into the police force too. Now, this whole, and I'm gonna finish with this. This rumor about my man working for FedEx, busting down one of those cops, baby mama. That's the rumor that's out there. Let me just finish this. If they actually got together to get revenge on this guy, there's no training, there's nothing you could possibly do to fight against cops on a rampage like that to get somebody's revenge. You can't train that out of these guys. And if that's true, we're doomed. You know, so I'm just telling you, I don't care what happens to these guys. Let me tell you, 3 of those guys are frat brothers of mine. I don't know them, but they were in the frat. I just can't believe.
Wait a minute. What? 3 of the 5 are members of Omega Psi Phi?
That's what I hear. They got to permanently.
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened to his connection.
I love you, boy.
He's back. Go ahead.
So all I'm just trying to say is, I know we could all speculate. So I'm not getting on anybody's case for their position, but I mean, I'm just telling you, it was so brutal. I just don't. You can't condemn all the policemen. I have family members who are police, and all that, and all you want them to do is come home safe. But what these guys did is completely unexcusable.
Have you ever seen a gang jump in? Arpain?
Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Arpain,
Yeah.
Arpain, can you hear me?
Is it any different?
No, these guys were actually they are a gang. They're called Scorpion. Go ahead.
Arpain, can you hear me? Arpain?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I hear you.
I used to wear designer jeans.
Oh,
is all I need. Whoa. Anonymous, what's up, man? Salute to you.
Hey,
but that's my take on it, and I'm not condemning anybody else's take. But what we saw 5 black men vie to be the new face of police brutality, which is a real damn ironic kind of thing.
Now, I do have to ask a serious question, Arpain. Since all of you guys are members of the illustrious Omega Psi Phi, and I'm asking a serious question: did those niggas graduate? Keep it real.
I don't know. I don't know if they graduated. I know I did. So that's about it.
You said you did or didn't?
No, I did. Well,
okay.
I'm retired now. I had a full-fledged career keeping your asses safe for democracy. Let me put it that way.
Thank you. Anonymous, what's up, man? Thank you so much for coming on. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, anyway, good afternoon, good evening to some of y'all. So I heard a few things. And just to touch on one of the last things I heard about a psychological test. So for anybody who's been involved in that community for a long time or is well endowed in knowledge when it comes to psych, there's no test that can test for future actions, especially when it comes to law enforcement. So you can get evidence for, I think there's a cop on the panel, I think I heard, right? If you talk to any of your friends, ironically, I just got home, so anybody else you know that works at a federal level, they'll tell you the same thing. Like you're not gonna get that information from the initial test that we would take or you would take coming into the job, is what I'm trying to say. So
Okay.
it's really
All right.
unfortunate, you know what I mean?
Let me give you a little pushback on that. They did do that in a police station in, I think it's southern New York. And for every police officer that was charged with this, not following the rules properly, all of them failed the psych. And they followed that pattern. That most of these, I think it was like about 3 or 4 years ago. And because they were sort of running the same gang affiliate thing, like what we seen the demonstration with the 5 dudes beating on the 1 dude. And all those gentlemen that were involved, I think there was 14 or 16 officers fired from that. All of them had failed the psych. It was a big thing in Western New York. I know the rest of you down south don't even consider that part of America, but
So
a little too close to Canada.
And not to make this about a you and I thing. So I know you said it was in New York, and it was about you said about 3 years ago. So did they fail the psych prior to coming in?
Yes, and they still let them in.
Okay, I'll definitely have to look into that because
Go look it up, brother.
I don't know for sure.
But I think that would solve the problem. You are who you are. You can't ever tell the future, but you know people who, like, no matter how old you get, you don't really change. You're who you are. So if you're one of those guys that used to drop cats off the roof and stuff like that, when you get in your adult thing, you know what I mean? You're going to be a little violent.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sure you know, just like I know, there's no test to find that out. That's the thing. So that's the point I'm trying to make. So there's no test that you can find that out. I could take a poly with you right now, and you know, just like I know, there's evidence to it. Just like there would be evidence to show that the gentleman, Tyree, may have, done other things. But until you get all the facts, like from the actual history, you start questioning everybody in the family, and local PD's not doing that.
You're correct there, my little brother. Definitely. We know that they're not going to do the full follow-up. I'm just saying, before they get out of the gate, you give them the little test. You know what I mean? I know nothing is 100%, brother. You know what I mean? But if a guy's a little aggressive, you know what I mean? You know when somebody's a little aggressive than somebody that's not aggressive. Just by how they act in situations. You know what I mean? Like you look at them and say, your mama, and if the boy says, I'll shoot you, you can't really hire him. You know what I'm saying?
It's a bit extreme. I get what you're saying though, because like I mean, even with those aggressive guys, you know that there's a place for them. So like if you worked with SWAT yet? So if you
no. I had my friend. I had some brothers that like were ex-policemen, SWAT, Army, the whole 9 of them. You know what I mean?
Okay, I have all of that actually. So and that's what I'm trying to say. So like there is a route for the aggression pattern. And those people are utilized. Now, what you were looking at from the video, and just to kind of let everybody understand this, what you were looking at from the video, you're looking at physiological emotion, like right now. So you're seeing one individual. It seemed like this is from my take what it looked like I was seeing. It seemed like there was one major aggressor. Now I can tie that to another case I was just looking into. In a state, a major city. So basically there's a situation where police were literally driving away from the gas station. Local PD was driving away from the gas station. The individual, suspect 1, I guess, or subject 1 is literally looking at them, asking for help. They're on their way to another call. Some of y'all may have seen this on the news. The individual out of nowhere, or subject, pulls out I want to say it's like a Glock 43. Anyway, he pulls out the Glock, shoots twice at the patrol car, and just walks calmly into the gas station. Those guys come in, as you can imagine, hyped up on emotion. You're thinking like, hey, he just shot at me. Now it's go time, right? So now they're going in there. Now they acted professional. for the most part. They came in, challenged the individual. Guns were drawn. Both had rifles. Actually, one had a rifle. One had his sidearm. Or his primary, excuse me. As soon as they get to the individual, it's time to start realizing whether you have intent, capability, or. And I know from a law enforcement personnel, you're tracking what I'm saying. So like the intent wasn't there anymore. So now at this point, he put the weapon down. He had hands up. But when they got him down, the problem was on camera, and this is that primal thing that kind of comes with every human. I can literally give you a hypothetical story that would make you snap as well right now, and that's just with verbal. But unfortunately, when they saw that, when they got the guy down, one individual like stomped him on the head, like because he was so frustrated and angry. Like I guess he's thinking, well, as anyone would guess, right? I almost didn't go home that night. I almost didn't get to go see my wife, my kids, my family, my whoever. So they let that get the best of them. It's something primal that when you have the target or the prey or whatever you want to say, and they're actually
That's
down
human, brother. That ain't
spot.
primal. That's human.
That's why I said that. Yeah.
And brother, I gotta say one thing. To you. I don't know if you're in law enforcement or whatever the case may be, but you got to take that voice to radio, man. I'm telling you, boy, you got to take that voice. That voice can make you some money. Trust me on that.
Okay. I don't know anything about that part, and I appreciate it. I definitely do. Thank you for that. But I just want to make sure that point is strong.
Yes, Black. I got a question for Smitty. Hey, if them niggas was so hood rich, how come when they died, they gotta start a GoFundMe to pay for the funeral? Why they do it every time? Yeah, I was making more money working at BK than them bum ass niggas. You know why? Because I know how to play the game better than them. And that's why I stay away from them. I see the niggas walking down the street, I run the other way if I ain't got a gun on me. And let me tell you something else, Smitty. I don't need to be living in the hood, going to the penitentiary back and forth to fall for the white man's game, because I know how to play the game he does, dog. That's why I got generational wealth, and them niggas don't. Air Force One.
Wonderful emotion. That was beautiful. That was some awesome emotion.
Go ahead, Black Brick. Go ahead.
Oh,
Black out, Black Brick. Is that it? You beat it yourself.
Yeah, I'm all done. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're joking.
I just wanted to say one last thing. I'm gonna let you brothers go. We all know if we really look at it like that as a bigger picture.
I'm gonna.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you get the floor. Go ahead.
So if we look at it like at the end of the day, what I believe is that how, like here in San Diego, we have departments. We have this department that go out, like say there's a mental issue, they'll send out that department before they send the cops. But of course, what does that take? Money, right? It's really all boils down to funding. People say, oh, defund the police. There's not really any funding there in the first place. It doesn't make America any money to fund the police. It's more money to fund, LGBTQ and all these other agendas. It's all an agenda after the end of the day. Nothing is going to ever change. But you're right, Chaotic. It's best just to stay on the straight and narrow, try to avoid any interactions with the police. I totally agree. You got to do I always say, do like the clear folk do. You know what I'm saying? It's the American way.
You also got to avoid interactions with the inner city Negro.
Chess, not checkers, So,
JoJo, let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
If Black people just behaved and were and embraced intellectualism and admired the elites, admired the scientists, the medical doctors, my God, we wouldn't have this. You don't hear about East Indians getting pulled over and knocked out every damn week because they know how to behave, generally speaking. Not to say that they're perfect, because they're not. But we don't hear about Japanese Americans. We don't hear about Michio Kaku, who is a theoretical physicist he's getting pulled over, curb stomped by the police because they obey the law. They're obedient, and they don't try to hold court on the street. Even if something is wrong, they just say, I'm gonna take you to court. Black people, I don't know what happened with Tyree Nichols, but I know it was just some N-word stuff. And I see where Gary's coming from. We may not have to overhaul the entire police, man, but you have to really ask yourself.
Hey, man, where's Smithy at, man? I wasn't done. I don't care if you kick me off the panel. Hey, Smitty, answer me this. How come blacks idolize that bullshit ass hood culture, but they don't idolize STEM? You want to talk about what real power is? Real power is those fascist dictators that have millions of people willing to fight and kill on their behalf. Some old little hood Negro don't scare me. You know why? Because I could have grew up in Rwanda, dog, when they were running around with tanks and armored vehicles mowing people down. You ain't see nobody standing out on the corner. Yes, but
It's called programming.
Did
It's
you
called
know a guy
programming.
named
So
Babatunde Soyeba?
each one teach one. You know.
JoJo, before you go, JoJo, that's
my
all.
apologies.
No, no, give me Black Ray. JoJo, I'm glad you called in. I know a panel full of blacks is hard. Trust me, it is. Especially when
Don't do that.
Trust me, my God, it's hard. But that's all I'm saying, JoJo. Is I'm not blaming Tyree. I'm not blaming the cops. I'm just saying it's a plea to blacks. Just a lot of you are driving without proper tags. A lot of you are smoking weed while you're driving, bumping music loud at 4 a.m. in the morning. If you get pulled over, it ain't no racist cop. It's just you broke the law. Just be obedient at least. Maybe that'll save your life. You know.
And then the last time I got stopped by the cops, JoJo, he was like, "Hey man, you know why I stopped you?" I said, "No, dog. What's up?" "Oh, you're back Light Town." "Oh, all right. Where you headed tonight?" I'm like, "Oh, I got back from a game and tournament." And I must have sat there for 10 minutes talking to that cop about Call of Duty. I didn't feel threatened. You know why I didn't feel threatened?
You made a friend, huh?
You know, he's not wrong.
He's right.
No, he's not wrong. There's this comedian and
Y'all take care. Good night.
Good night.
JoJo, hold on for a second. Let me talk to you before you leave.
Okay.
I was trying to talk to you. You know, niggas, they can't help not to cut people off. JoJo, I tried not to make this about race tonight. I tried to make it just about solely with the police. And somehow I got into race. All I'm saying is, JoJo, again, Tyree wasn't innocent. The police weren't innocent. There should be an overhaul of the police. But the biggest question that needs to be answered, JoJo, even when you are with your water cooler conversations at lunch,
right,
or on break, when you guys are talking about this, say this guy named Chaotic Truth asked this question: why is it that the elite people, or we can still use blacks, why aren't black scientists, doctors, people like that getting knocked out, curb stomped by the police? I think those kind of questions will give you the answer. And the answer is this: a lot of people in this country, both black and white, Hispanic, they don't like this country. They're not patriotic. They don't care about the police. They don't care about the military. And I think that sentiment breeds this notion, why you pull me over? I think that's the whole thing. It's this rebellious nature. So, JoJo, when you go to work tomorrow, please tell your family, tell your friends about the chaotic truth and what I talk about. Any last words to me? I know the panel, too many Negroes are on that panel.
It's like sitting in the garage with a bunch of my uncles. But no, no, I agree. I was raised to kind of like fear the cops. I was raised inner city, hood, urban area. But now that I'm older, I teach those that come up under me that, hey, there is no such thing as oppression. They're going to tell you that you're oppressed. They're going to tell you to fear the cops, and then do well so you can get out of those communities where they heavily police, which they do, we know. And you're gonna have a higher chance of having more interactions with them, even if you're not doing anything wrong. But just do the right thing. Just follow the straight and narrow, and you'd be better off. So I agree.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're, a quick question, JoJo. What are you doing for Black History Month?
I think it's an insult, honestly. Black History Month. All those little things, those little tropes. So here's a new statue for you people. I'm not a big fan of that. I believe that we're just American. I'm a Black person, but I'm American. And I teach my daughter and my nieces and nephews that you're American. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to walk around with this first thing in front of you, because immediately you already going to take on every little thing. Just like what's going on right now. You're going to take it on like a badge of honor.
Real quick before I let you go, I got to bring up somebody new that came to the panel. JoJo, I don't know how old your daughter is. I'm assuming she's under 10 or whatever, if she ever says, "Mom, we were oppressed," you tell her, "Sweetheart, you were born in the year 2017. You ain't oppressed. You don't know nothing about oppression. You born in the year 2017." Thank you so much, JoJo, for coming through. Please come back again, JoJo. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Y'all take care.
Yep, bye-bye. That was JoJo on the ones and twos. I'm gonna let everybody back up real quick, guys. You guys are giving me a headache. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna lie to you. Afro Diaspora News. What's going on, man?
Yes, and I appreciate you having me up. I'll get right to it. My question is, if the police kill somebody in your family, will you get up on this screen and start cooning again?
You know, I find what you say very offensive, sir. You don't have to mute up. I find what you say very offensive. Instead of listening to what I'm saying, instead of deciphering and trying to analyze, you immediately go to, what if it was your family? Well,
no, I'm asking, what will you do?
No, I'm about to say something, sir. Sir, are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this or not?
I muted up. You see it.
If I had a family member that was disobedient and disorderly, sir, I would say the very same thing. And I've said it before.
So you let the crackers kill your cousin. It's nothing to talk about. You'll let the crackers kill your cousin. You're a coward.
Sir,
I'll leave.
Sir, you don't have to leave. But I bet you, sir, you're not calling from Liberia. I bet you're not calling from Turks and Caicos, Afro Diaspora. I bet you're not calling from the Congo or anywhere else where there's an entire black population. You're telling me about the crackers, and it was 5 black people who killed that boy. Well, he's a man. You telling me about some crackers, but these crackers, for some reason, you live in a country that's predominantly cracker. See, I know you're Afro Diaspora. Listen, I used to be like you. You on the computer, the internet. You're probably using Spectrum. That's the white man company. You're on your cul-de-sac. I bet you your neighbors are white, but you calling them crackers, sir. You're a part of the same hypocrisy that I'm a part of. Afro Diaspora. You can call back in. What's up?
Hey, how's it going tonight?
Pretty good. Go ahead, man.
I just wanted to speak on a little bit of history between the black officers in law enforcement and just the black community in general. Me, myself, growing up in Detroit, I'm from Detroit. I grew up wanting to be a police officer. We had something back in the day, anybody from Detroit called the Blue Kid, which was a group of police officers that basically came around to the different schools. They all were musicians. They was playing all the latest songs and stuff like that. But stuff like that actually made me want to be a cop because they were community policing, and so I didn't have a fear of being a cop or a fear of the police. But then as you get older, then I've run into some brothers on the job, and sometimes you just run into some of the officers who are not professional, and they have an attitude off jump. My tags has always been good, my insurance, license, but sometimes you just run into some bad cops. And in regards to African American cops, this country has a history when a lot of police departments began integration of black officers. A lot of them were only stationed in black neighborhoods, and it was this notion of, well, you guys are going to be light on the black folks that you're policing. And so you did have some brothers that basically were trying to show that they fit within the blue wall that were harder on blacks than some of the white cops that may have been racist on the force. And this has happened throughout the history, going all the way back to, like I said, integration of the police department. With these brothers, unfortunately, was something that, because it was another man that looked like them, that they figured that they were going to get away with it. And in most cases, they probably would have. just so happened we got so much technology out here, they got caught by the eye in the sky.
Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to share from that. I'll look forward to your feedback.
It sounds like you are saying, if I'm not mistaken, that what occurred is a situation of, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Monty, but it sounds like you are implying that white supremacy is still at hand here, even though it was 5 blacks beating a black man. I'm a little slow here. I went to a state college. I'm not that intelligent. I'm not like Blacks Who Defy. Go ahead, Monty.
So
is that what
more so self-hate, because I mean at the end of the day, like I don't subscribe to the black on black crime, because there's white on white crime. People kill where they stay. And so when you travel around the country, the crimes that's committed in certain areas is normally not from someone outside of that ethnic background, But in this case, I look at this as more so as a value thing, because whether this brother was running from his life, sometimes you just run into some bad officers, whether they're black or white, and they just shouldn't be on the job. I mean, there's been plenty of videos.
Monty, I apologize for cutting you off. Why is it that Neil deGrasse Tyson, I know L.A. Wilkes, shut up, L.A. Wilkes. Why is it Sylvester James Gay? Why is it that these types of blacks, for some reason, never run into bad cops? It's always the dope fiend, the I just got out of jail Negro. It's always a certain type of black who just so happens to run into the wrong cops. How come it's never the black medical doctor getting curb stomped by the police? You ever wanted to answer that question, Black Rick? You about to say something too, Black Rick?
Because those recidive niggas can't change. That's why.
I like Black Rick.
And who defy? I see that map in your background. I bet half the niggas that complaining about the chaotic truth couldn't even point out 5 states on that map.
Yo, CT.
No, hold on a second. I still got beef with Smithy, because you got under my skin.
No, Black Rick. In the interest of time, let Monty respond just real quick, because I get where Monty's coming from, and I'm just trying to figure this out, because I could be wrong, but you have blacks who are petroleum engineers, medical doctors. Why is it that these types of blacks aren't being curb stomped, thrown to the ground? You're gonna do this, if all of these things exist, please help me out, Monty. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, CT, let me respond when all of this is done. Let me respond when it's done. Thank you. Give me my chance. Give me my chance. Thank you.
So I'm gonna give you one. Remember when President Obama first got elected? The very first issue he had to deal with was the brother Henry Louis Gates, who basically who's a professor, works for Harvard, does all the background with your ancestry, who's probably one of the safest brothers in America. Remember, that very first thing after Obama got elected was Henry Louis Gates being arrested of trying to get into his own house. And he was in the area, there in, Boston area.
By the way, for people who want to hit the StreamYard link, go to the pinned message at the top. For some reason, it's not letting me put the StreamYard link in there. Or JR, can you put the StreamYard link in there? Monty, Henry Louis Gates, I'm very aware of him. Very well educated.
Would you say that's a very, based on what you're saying, highly intellectual brother, well-groomed, well-spoken, all of that?
Monty, they had video footage of what happened. They didn't curb stomp him. They didn't throw him to the ground. What I saw was somebody in his neighborhood that may be racist called the police. Police came. They didn't sling him to the ground, beat him to death. None of that happened there. They were in his house and he was pissed off, and I can understand that. But the question I have is that why is it that certain types of blacks are not so-called a part of this targeted system? The cops were responding to a call.
So I put it like this: depending on whatever cop or whatever type of person is going to show up to the scene. That's why I say I don't paint all cops bad, because I got family members as cops, I got friends as cops of all different backgrounds. But depending on what type of person you have on a job and their own personal biases is how they're going to more likely to respond to the situation.
I don't know why the streamer.
Yo, CT, can I respond to a couple of things Monty said, please?
Yeah.
I talked about it on Uncle Tom page before with the it was so happened I was talking about people who burglar alarms, right? So I don't know what happened with the Harry Lewis Gate thing. Like, I hear people talking about it, but I know a lot of times we respond to a burglar alarm that's in houses. Now I know he was a so-called famous person, but not everybody know who he is. I didn't know who he was before that incident. So I'm just speculating because it happened to me before. So you ask people, is this your house? Yeah. Well, do you have ID to show me this is your house? Why do I have to show ID to show you this is my house? Well, how else do I know you live here? So we ask white people the same thing. We ask black people. But a lot of times black people get mad because they think it's racism. But what if somebody's breaking into the house and they're there and we don't even investigate? We say, okay, this is your house. And we call it a day. Next thing you know, they rob everything. He could have been defiant. So next thing you know, they say, all right, we're going to take you in to prove that this is your house because you're not even cooperating with it. So I don't know if that happened there, but that could be a case. And also with the black on black crime thing, people say it's a myth, but we all heard of gentrification before, right? I'm pretty sure everybody does. How many white people?
I love gentrification.
So how many white people you heard of going into these black neighborhoods and being killed by black people? Because aren't they living in that same area? So if it's only about, so if you only hear about, so if you saying it's only because of the area you live in, why aren't these white people being killed at a higher rate as black people?
I'm not saying it's I'm not. So in regard to gentrification, because we have a lot of that's happened in Detroit, where our communities have moved around and shifted in certain areas. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that basically most of the time when crimes happen, it's usually of that ethnicity. That's usually where the crime is being, perpetrated. Same way if you got a Chinatown, someone's dying, there's a crime being committed, it's more like a Chinaman. I think the myth happens that's pushed with all the races is you have some white people thinking that black folks is coming after them. So when they do see a black person anywhere, they're automatically thinking that it's something bad. And it's the same way growing up in Detroit and parts of the hood. If you seen a white person coming in the hood who was not a part of that, you raise the eyebrow. So we all kind of have these built-in biases and prejudices depend on how we were raised and what our interactions have been with, other cultures. One thing about Detroit, for me growing up, we moved around a lot, and there's different pockets of different backgrounds in all parts of Detroit. We had one part of Detroit which was predominantly a Polish community. You all know outside the Middle East, Detroit has the largest population of Arab and Chaldean people that's here, which is now Dearborn, Michigan, Italian, Jamaican, so I'm somebody who's moved around, so I'm not uncomfortable around other people, but I also acknowledge some people do become uncomfortable, whether it's a black person, whether it's a white person.
Bruh, I think you missed the question. The man said, why are the black people killing one another and white people? You said it was because of where you're from, Chinese or Chinese. whoever's killing each other. He's saying there's white people in these ghetto neighborhoods, but the black people are killing one another. Why aren't they killing the whites? They're in the same proximity.
It's
Why
genetic.
they're not? Why? I mean, when you're saying why they're not killing the whites, what I'm saying is that most of the time when the crimes are happening, just like when a white person kills a white person, you know, whether it be in a fluid neighborhood or not, the crime most likely happens is of the same race. Because we got a bunch of white people locked up in prison for murders, and it necessarily wasn't someone outside of their race. And it's the same for us.
But doesn't that go against your argument then? If you say that these blacks are committing a crime, that means it's a black on black crime.
Well, that's my point. Is I'm saying I'm not buying into the black on black because people are killing where they stay. Because we never report this white on white crime. When there's a mass shooting, for example, we just had a mass shooting here in the Michigan area up near Flint, Michigan. That young boy was white who went into a predominantly white school and shot up a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
The news did not report that here locally or nationally that it was a white on white crime, but a lot of the mass shootings, we can label that, well, that was white on white, because I haven't seen any mass shootings inside of a lot of urban schools.
What?
Okay,
well,
hold on.
Wait a minute, guys, wait a minute. What? Okay, this probably be the last time I do a panel. Hold on for a second. Let me drop you guys down real quick. Let me talk to Monty real quick. Just real quick, guys. I got you guys. Let me just stay in the back real quick. Afro Diaspora, I keep dropping the link, man. Like, you gotta click it. Here, hold on for a second. Where is it at, man? I dropped it. Okay, I'm about to drop you guys down real quick. Okay, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Okay. What's up, Monty?
Go ahead.
I don't know what happened to him. He dropped off. I don't know what happened to him. He dropped off. I don't know. I don't know what on earth he was talking about. Whites cover white on white crime. Like, never mind. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
It kind of went against what he said. I mean, the words that he said last was because black people commit crimes against each other. Monty,
he's back. Hold on for a second. Monty, you there? Monty.
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, that's the call coming in.
Okay, Monty, you there? Okay. So are you saying that they don't cover crimes? The news doesn't cover white crimes?
No, I'm not saying they don't cover white crimes. What I'm saying is the labels that's used when there are white crimes committed, something like mass shootings or something, we don't report it as white on white as we talk about black on black.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you a question, Monty. You're college educated, right?
Yes, sir.
You're able-bodied. What is stopping you from calling your friends and starting your own news agency? Creating your own website. You could buy a camera. What is stopping you from making your own black paper? And whenever a white crime happens, you just say this is a white on white crime. What is stopping you from doing that?
Nothing is stopping me, but I'm gonna disagree with the argument. I'm not in the media, but I will argue against that when people use those terminology, that type of terminology, because you use it for one, and then if that's the case, we need to use it for all.
Right. I get what you're saying, but if white people control Fox, control CNN, and if they say black on black, what is stopping black people from, even when black people had BET, what was stopping black people from just covering a news topic? Columbine happened when blacks controlled BET. Why didn't BET say, hey, this is an example of white on white crime here, guys? Why didn't BET do that?
Well, one, let's be honest. BET really was not built for really real news. Back in the day, everything that BET started from, they quickly went away with that once they started saying it was a lot of money as far as with the hip hop, because you had some of the good brothers, like good friend of mine, Ed Gordon from Detroit, that was on there, but that was covering some real news, but they quickly went away from that and went off into basically just covering hip hop.
But okay, but Monty, listen, I see where you're coming from. Trust me, I do. But Monty, this is a free society. There is you sound incredibly intelligent. You sound like when you went to school, you gained a lot of connections. I mean, what is stopping you and your friends from just creating a news outlet? And there's crime that happens every damn day, all day long. Just follow the white articles and see if you get a black fan base who says, "Oh, that's every time something white happens, say, hey, that's a white on white crime here. White on white crime here. Why don't you do that? I mean, I don't get it. Why don't you just do that?"
Because once again, I don't buy into that. I don't like it. So because I don't like that for my race, that doesn't mean I'm going to go out and start to just pound on another race. I can argue against.
That's why he wouldn't do it. You'd have nothing to report.
You said nothing to report?
You would eventually have nothing to report. The type of gang violence that goes on in the inner city communities is in a league of its own of the type of white crimes that are committed. Because it's a centralized, densely populated area, the rate of the crime and the type of the crime is higher. Homicide is higher in the black community than in any white community because of poverty and because of genetics.
I don't know about the genetics. No, we're not. Because you're black. Are you predisposed to ignorance?
Excuse me, sir, but I am transracial. I identify as a Japanese man from Kyoto.
Can I please respond to him before we get too far? Can I just get my respond in and so you can pass the CT?
Go ahead, Smitty.
Thank you. All right, so real quick, when I was asked as far as like, I went on ahead and I make more money. How was it a difference between like brothers in the hood when I was saying as far as all the money they make? I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. At least my generation, I was saying, my generation and down. There we go. My generation and down, I got my work permit at 14. Before I had my work permit at the age of like 11, 12, 13, my first job, I literally was the neighborhood grassman. Like I would come by, cut your grass. I would rake leaves. I would shovel your driveways. Listen, this was a real job for youth back in the day. This was a real thing. When them leaves got to falling, we got the money signs. When that snow got to falling, we was out of school, money signs. When it was summertime and we saw your car and it had pollen on it, money signs. So when you say what is the difference, think about it. There's an actual song that is out for these youngsters nowadays, and that song in the hook, it goes, spin that check and get it right back. That's the mentality, mind state that they give. So when you say, how am I doing better? See, the thing is that it was harder for us to come across money, but we were able to do it. But we also had a mind state and a foundation and an upbringing of save, be frugal. I don't even think most people under the age of 24 even know what the word frugal means by definition. Let's just be for real. So that is the difference. The difference is everything is about getting your trinkets. Don't buy land. Don't invest. Don't gather generational wealth. Don't leave a garden.
My father always told me, and I'm landing it right here. My father always told me, Mike, the best thing you can do as a man is leave a garden for those who come behind you. I'm talking about whether actual physical food in the field, or what he really means metaphorically is your investments, your legacy, your name, the reputation in the community. When your daughter walks the streets and she's like, oh, he was your father? Oh, come on in. These things mean something. I digress. My mic is muted. That is the difference. They don't have no discipline in financial literacy.
Okay. Chaotic Truth, may I respond to one thing he said about legacy? Smithy, legacy? Legacy? What are you, Ramsey the second, nigga? What are you talking about? What legacy are you leaving behind? Why do blacks talk like this? You're not a king, nigga. You're not Julius Caesar. You're not Monsignor. You don't know. I gotta calm down because I am. You've heard of agoraphobia?
You've been on the emoji the whole time, so let's get that straight.
I have niggophobia. So when I get around niggas, I start to get sick. So I gotta calm down because the amount of ignorance that is coming out of this panel is making me nauseous.
Bruh. You taking everything and every word.
I need to go watch a David Attenborough documentary to cleanse myself.
When I say legacy, what I mean specifically is your name and what
are you talking about? Soul Calibur 2? What kind of legacy are you talking about?
Okay, listen. What I'm not gonna do. What I know is that I don't argue with a fool. I don't argue with somebody who just wants to listen to respond. You got it. I'm done. You got it. I'm done.
Yo, Monty.
I saw that MRM. I saw you. Never mind.
Yo, Monty. So you were saying earlier that the news basically
guys, wait a minute. Modern Renaissance man, salute, man. Positively is definitely going your way. What say you, sir, about this entire topic? I'm gonna talk about science fiction next week. I can't do these. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so I've been listening for quite a while before I want to jump on here, and been listening to everybody's point. One of the things that I just want to point out here is that I think that a lot of people should definitely watch every last piece of video that they have out there. You know, at first, I'm gonna be honest. I fell victim to the psychological games the media plays on you. For example, they showed the video of the dude getting punched and all that. The video was in complete silence. Okay, you didn't get to hear nothing. All you saw was him up, taking it on the ground, getting kicked. No sound. So what that does, that gets you to play. It plays at your heartstrings. Man, he's just standing there. They punched me on the ground, but once they released the audio, that changed the game. People already had things out there. He was screaming for his mama. No, go back and watch this video. I talk about this all the time where I grew up at in the hood. Family full of kingpins, drug kingpins up in Chicago. I grew up around crackheads and people that's been strung out of people on drugs. God, forgive me if the family gets offended by this. That boy was obviously high. That dude was tweaking like nobody's business. I seen the same exact thing happen all through Chicago with people being on drugs. They become extremely strong. You go back and you listen to this audio. What you're going to hear is those police officers repeatedly telling this boy to stop, put your hands behind your back, stop. He was on something so powerful that he was overpowering these big old 300-pound men with his arms. He was on something, man. When you get the audio back, you hear these police officers saying, man, he's stronger than a mother effer. Hey, man, I couldn't even get, this mother effer strong as that. You know, he on something, bro. This dude tweaking like a mother. They're saying this, right? You also hear the police officer saying, did this mother effer reach for Mark's gun? He had his hand on Mark's gun. So when you go back and watch the audio, if you watch from a different angle in silence, you see them lift the dude up. Oh, they're punching him. You go back and you hear the audio. They're saying, stop, put your arm behind your back. Oh, hold on, man, hold on. Hey, put your arm. He hit him. Put your arm behind your back. You see, hearing the audio changes things up. Now, am I saying that what these police officers did was right? No, I'm not saying that at all. But at the same time, the audio to what we all saw before our eyes, it changes things up. I will not be surprised if the police officers them don't do hardly no time for what they did. Because again, the jury, if they hear the audio, and they see the police repeatedly telling this boy to stop. You hear them saying, man, he's strong. And you see on there also where they try to spray him, but then he got in the officer's face. So I understand that right there could possibly might have enraged one of the police officers trying to spray the dude, and then the spraying was the officer. Dude got sprayed him to take something out on this dude. I get that. But I'm telling y'all right now, mark my words, if they go back and they listen to this audio, it's gonna change things up.
Yeah. So what is the autopsy saying? Is the autopsy being released as far as the toxicology? Because that's because the family gonna more likely they're suing the city and the state, and they can have their own individual autopsy. Then that right there will be a critical piece of evidence either for the family or against the family if drugs or whatever is found in the system, as you're indicating that he was.
Yeah, I hear you, Monty. So let me tell you something, because I am in medicine. We all had to go through this process of actually going to see people when they had autopsies and all those things done. We had to do cadavers, the whole nine. Here's the deal. When somebody comes in and all they're asking for is what caused the death, then that's the answer you're going to get. If they come in and say, can you, nobody, I guarantee they're not going to check and say, hey, can we see what the toxicology is? Nobody's looking for that. Nobody's asking for that. What they're asking for is what caused his death. So if they ask for that and all they're going to rule out is what caused this kid's death is blunt force trauma, then they can rule that out. They can just completely go with that. But if they're not looking for something drug related, then they're not going to report that. It can actually be something that can be on the report, but if that's not what they're asking for, they're not going to get it.
Yeah, you're right. Brother Renaissance, what is a fact on everything? Now, you just said it. You just said it yourself. Hey, and salute to you.
Why can't you just get to the point, man?
Shut up, Gary. Shut up, Gary. Shut up.
Dude. Listening to you is like listening to a sentence that becomes a paragraph.
Look, I actually could have been done by now. You just held up the process. Thank you, sir. Anyway, Brother Renaissance. Salute, man. I love it. When you talking about that, when you say, oh, they don't look for the toxicology report. So what is known, at least now, and once again, I love to be corrected. What my research and my knowledge is, because I was looking at that too. I'm from the streets just like you, brother. And I was saying the same thing. When I first looked at the video, I watched it 4 times, slow. I got tough skin, all that. I can't look at it. Man, look, I done seen this. The first, 2 times, I was like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna be real with you. So me from the DMV.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Smitty. I rock with you, man. And please forgive me, Smitty. I gotta agree with Gary, man. It's like a run-on sentence, man, at this point.
He can't get to the point, man. It's like talking to a female. That's fucking... Excuse my language, bro. It's
Let me say, okay, fine. What I'm saying is, dang it, okay, I'm working on stuff. Stop it.
Smitty, can I ask you a question, man?
No. Let me get out.
No, the host wants to answer a question. You got to stop.
Smitty, can I ask you a question, please?
Man, what's up?
You'd have drank some Carlo Rossi tonight or something. Keep it real. Keep it real. You have some wine or something.
Let me tell y'all let me tell y'all some real stuff.
Just
everything that y'all hear from me, what y'all don't realize is why y'all laughing. You can keep laughing. Nah. CT, I'm telling you some real stuff. I get it from my dad. This is my worst habit I get from my dad. My dad will repeat some shit 1,000 times over, and I swear I was raised around my father.
Oh, okay, all right. This is not the psychological panel.
So let me just go ahead.
No. We're not gonna psychoanalyze you. What happened in your childhood, or what happened on the street, or all that stuff there, bro.
You gotta pay
MRM. Bro, you holding this up. I'm trying to make a point and shut up. I'm trying my best to make the point and shut up. Let me make the damn point and shut up.
Okay, go ahead, Smitty. You got the floor. Go ahead, Smitty.
What I'm saying is, calmly, I get it. But when you're talking about the toxicology report, what it says is that he had nothing in his system. We cannot go off of that claim, Brother Renaissance.
Like they did George Floyd.
Wait. Well, whatever. I don't listen. Listen. First of all, I am an independent thinker. I ain't no color, no direction. I am somebody that tries my best to look at something as the entirety and then make my, then go from there. Bro, I'm not on either side of this. I'm not on no black righteous. I'm not on no conservative. Get that straight. Now, let me just say this. What I'm saying is from what I'm seeing, watching it 4 times. They said there was no toxicology report. We all know that fight or flight syndrome, fight or flight kicks in. You can't have a time where there are life or death situations, I've been in them. You can get some drug-like muscle reflexes. Lord knows what that man's mind state was during that very moment and second. And if you've never been somebody, I promise you, everybody snickering and laughing has never been in his situation. I actually have. I know what it's like to actually feel like, God damn it, is this that time? Now I'm shutting up. But what I'm saying is that please think about that. When we think about like why he responded the way he did. I come from the city of Boat PCP in DC. That's heavy. I done seen people scooting on their butt naked. I done seen people swimming on concrete. I know what drugs look like, I promise you. That's all I'm trying to get out. Why you trying to shut me up? I digress, my mic is muted.
So when it comes to something like that, see, there are certain drugs out there that when you take them, if you're under a certain type of stress or duress, your metabolism speeds up, your heart rate speeds up, adrenaline is released. So a lot of these drugs that can be taken, for example, LSD, that causes hallucinogens, it causes a lot of things like what this kid right here is displaying. Those things can be eliminated from your system within an hour.
Okay, so have you ever smoked a stick?
I've never done
Exactly. Okay,
I've never done drugs in my life, but I grew up around people that did.
The high of a boat stick that will last up to anywhere between 8 to 12 hours in its intensity. You can be totally somewhere else for 8 to 12 hours in its intensity.
That's enough.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
That's enough.
That's what will happen with both. Now, when you talking about
I done paid my $20. Please get rid of this
when you're talking about
brother.
somebody that may have some kind of mental issue. Now,
Smitty, hey man, I rock with you, man. Trust me. But Gary paid that twomp. Smitty, thank you so much, man. And I know you support me. I know you support the Lapeef Network. But Gary did pay that 20.
Gary,
thank you.
Let me just throw this in here real quick, man. It's nothing against, and I don't want Smitty to think this is towards him, but this is just towards the type of what I call the black culture thinking. You got somebody that came. I'm not gonna go into detail, but I sat there. My family them do this stuff as a living. Sat there and we never learned how to cook the stuff, make the stuff, cut the stuff, weigh the stuff. We know and see firsthand what this. Matter of fact, he said if he did a stick, that because my family probably sold it to you. So I mean, I know what it does. I know what it does to you and all that. My point is, it's amazing that if you go from that stuff and you get into medicine and you see all this stuff works. We done autopsies as part of our darn clinical rotation that we have to do. And all I'm saying is that there are certain drugs out there that can leave your system really fast if you're under duress. Is that hard to understand, panel? So all I'm saying, if there was a toxicology,
not for anybody with common sense.
If it was a toxicology report ran, by the time the dude had the thing done, that stuff could be out of his system, is what I'm getting at. So again, if they're not asking for a toxicology report, there won't be one, because the thing is, if they want to push a certain narrative of this boy being beat to death by the police, that's all they're going to push for. That's what they're going to look for. They're not going to, oh, what about the toxicology? Oh, that's not something we worried about. What we are focusing on is what these officers did and what. But again, y'all can mark my words. I'm telling you, go back and watch every last piece of video that has audio to it, man. I'm telling you, it changes things up. And at the same time,
but they had the toxicology for George Floyd. They talked about him.
What did they rule George Floyd death though?
There you go with that logic again.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
Because people that are in medicine, we all know you have two parts of your neck that actually has the jugular veins on this side, on both sides, the arteries. You got both sides. If I
Right.
sat here and clamped off my neck right here, right now, oxygen would still be getting to my brain on this side of my neck right there. So for them to push the whole thing about the knee being there, still got this side over here operating. So I'm not about to back.
You can't use logic, MRM.
Hey, what MRM? What's
Hey,
wrong with you?
Hey, and then also the guy that was on his back. If you on somebody's back, every time you exhale and you compress somebody's back and you don't allow air to come back in, what you think that's going to do as well?
Or they just beat the guy to death.
But again, because
Or
like I
they
just got
just
to say,
beat him to death.
if it's about a certain narrative that's going to be pushing what they're looking for, they're going to push it out there.
Or they just beat him to death. You know, all this other ancillary stuff that you guys are talking about, or maybe they just beat his ass to death. I mean, who gives a shit what's in the system? They're going to check toxicology. They're going to do all that stuff. Or the cops just beat this guy to death. That's it. I mean,
but we know that they beat him to death.
You guys talk and say all this psychological bullshit, or they just beat his ass to death.
Bro, that is obvious, brother. You don't have to keep telling us that they beat him to death. Nobody's arguing that point.
No one said they didn't.
Yes, you are. You coming up with
No, I never once. I never once said that they didn't beat him to death. I sat here out of my mouth because I know what I said because I'm very careful with my words. I said, and I'm not saying what those cops did to that dude was wrong because that was absolutely terrible.
Mitigating circumstances on what you're saying, brother.
Or okay, so you go.
What you doing?
No.
If you smoke a joint, are you telling me that's a mitigated circumstance when you get your ass beat to death?
I didn't say that. You said
you
that.
have cocaine in your system. Does that give a
if you are on a drug that's going to alter your reality to cause you to fight back and resist cops, that caused you to get
his ass beat. The guy was saying, "Stand him up. Let me hit him with this haymaker."
He said that. Wait. You saying he said that verbatim?
The guy said he stood him up, saying, put your hands behind your back while he's holding the guy's wrist up. He stood him up like a pinata, and the other guy was swinging haymakers.
Why?
Come on.
What was he doing? Why? Why?
He can't hear your MRM because he's just talking.
Why was he doing? Why did the cops told him get him up so he can hit him? Why did the cop tell him to do it? So he can beat him, or was he saying because his fool wasn't listening, he's steady fighting us? Go back. I told everybody in here, I keep saying this, don't believe nothing that I'm saying. Go watch every piece of video they have out there to hear the audio.
Did you hear the audio? Hold on. Arpain, have you heard the audio? Yes or no?
Yes, I heard it all. And it's nothing you guys are saying that changes the reality of the situation. These cops were emotional and they beat this guy to death. And then the fire department guys came and they became complicit and watched the guy life drain out of him. That's why they got fired. I mean, sometimes shit is just straightforward.
But we all understand that there, bro. We all agree with you that's what we're talking about.
Right. Now one person disagrees that the police beat the dude.
We didn't, yeah.
So you don't have to keep repeating it over and over. They beat him to death.
Well, only repeating it because you guys sounding like you're coming up with some kind of
on another note,
no, that your interpretation of that is off.
This has been
see that that's true, but it don't sound like that.
You guys, this has been an incredible live stream. I do got to get up out of here. Real quick, Arpain, I rock. Smitty, I feel so bad, Smitty, man, but Gary got you up out of here.
Money talks.
Arpain,
I'm trying to teach black folk.
Thank you for serving the country, Arpain. But I think in this instant you're full of it, and I think I know why.
Can we all get a closing argument here?
Yeah. I mean, he's got a few points in him today.
I think Arpain is caping for his fraternity brother. That's what I know. I think that's what you're doing, huh?
If I was, I'd be sounding like the other brothers on the panel trying to come up with excuses.
I saw that
that's what you interpreted out of that.
Mega Stop 5 sent out a letter. I haven't read it all yet, but yeah. So yeah.
Probably revoking their memberships.
They're going. They're out.
I was going to say two things. One was we have this sneaky issue of equating street life experience with being able to speak about it. I'm like, man, Smitty, all of us have had our day. We've all had our day. In the hood, living around it or being around it in some shape or fashion. And I don't have to preface every statement I make about that with my experiences in the hood. I just speak on it, man. I don't know why that's a thing. And then my last statement is Illuminated. He's not on this panel, but Illuminated, man. If you're watching, you have to stop bombing us in the Telegram space. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Too many damn messages being sent. That's it.
Well, blacks in today's society, if you weren't a criminal or did this and that, you can't talk about it. Because I guess in the previous, nobody reads to learn, and you can see things. And all of us, I don't know, I know me personally, all of us is from not the most rich beginnings, but none of us are criminals here. So are we that lucky that we got that special vaccination that, no, I don't want to go to jail. No, I want to make something of myself. Sorry, brothers.
Stop, man. I don't have to have had. I don't have to have smoked a primo to know what a doggone crackhead looks like and what they do. I don't have to have, gotten jumped into the vice lords to know, what their gang signs look like, how they shake up, what their MO is, or Black Stones. I don't have to have been in the gang to know that the gang exists and what they do in my neighborhood.
No, you're blind. Don't believe your lying eyes.
That's crazy, man. Okay.
All right. Well, I guess this is closing words. I would just say the biggest thing to take away from this, folks, is that you hear it all the time. Don't resist. Don't fight back the cops. Don't fight back. I mean, just don't, because it's not going to end well for you.
For you.
Yes. So,
well, yeah, I agree. Any Black Rick? Any last words, sir? Are you still there? I don't know if he's still there. Go ahead.
My closing argument is this: in order for a change to occur, it has become clear to me over the years that what a lot of inner city blacks need is fascism. They need an apartheid. They need a Rwanda. They need someone to rise up to power, kick all the gangs out, reform our communities brick by brick. Weed out that ignorant hustler mentality. God, go and get mine. I ain't working for the man, because it's destructive. It has a deleterious effect on our community. Where niggas will get on this panel, excuse my language, don't understand how YouTube works. None of you guys understand what rapid spanning tree is. It's a networking term, but it makes all the internet. That's how the internet works. But they get on here, they spew out their bullshit. Smithy got up here and started telling people, if you went out there gang banging and hooping and hollering and shooting at people, you can't relate. And then there was another gentleman that was talking about, what was his name? Morty, talking about black on black crime and trying to equate white on white crime as the same thing. Well, Morty, let me ask you this. If you go on World Star Hip Hop and type in the word stepped on a nigga's shoes, tell me how many videos you're going to find of white people shooting at each other over someone simply bumping into them, stepping on their shoes, or looking at them a certain way. As a matter of fact, if you could find me 10 videos per one video where it's a black person doing it, I'll secede and say you're right and never come up on this panel again. But I know that day will never come because our people are so lost and so ignorant, but they'll never change. There's no hope for the niggas.
You know what's funny? You know what's really funny? He's right.
He isn't lying. Yeah, he isn't
You
lying.
know, because what's happening today that didn't happen yesterday, now everybody can be a star. Now, what is black people famous for? Entertainment. Whether good or bad, it's still entertainment.
We don't want any change. Plain and simple. That's why no matter what, I just save the ones that I mentor. I just save the ones that I can. I'm not trying to save everybody in the black community or white community, period. Because if certain type of mindsets and attitudes, I don't deal with them. Plain and simple.
Yeah,
so
I'm not mentoring nobody.
Yeah, I saved myself.
Every time I've tried, I've been a damn near accosted by their ignorant, unruly parents, or been laughed out of the room because what I am suggesting isn't isn't what's popular. So if I'm telling them to take a different path, then it's what I'm speaking Braille.
Would you guys, and I'm just throwing this out here for people who are still listening. You're in a city, let's say for example Memphis. I don't know why I would ever be in Memphis, but let's say I'm driving through Memphis, right? And I get pulled over. Would calling the local FBI field office just to say, hey, I've been pulled over by Cruiser 345, just calling in, nothing's going on. I'm just trying to keep a report here, like a paper trail. My name is such and such, my social such and such, just by the way, and just hang up the phone. Do you think that might be something good for your average civilian to start doing? I mean, because that might be something that people can do if people believe that these local police aren't capable of doing a correct job. LA Wilkes, you're shaking your head. Go ahead.
You ever call the feds?
The local field office.
I never asked you that. Did you ever call the feds before? It's still a fed.
I don't break the law, so no, I haven't called the field office.
Good luck trying to get through a number. I've done jobs with plenty of feds before. They whip people asses worse than the cops. They give them a card. The card, they call that number, and they go from one person to another to another to another. This idea that people they think the feds are great. I don't know where it comes from.
They already have that information.
What do you say, Black Rick?
I said they already have that information. Did you? I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand you, Wilkes? Did you say why would you give them your number? No. I was just stating that they already have that information.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was try calling that number that they give you after they kick you behind. Because I've done plenty of jobs with the feds, and people call for supervisors, and we call their supervisors out, and they hand them a card, and the people try to call that number. They don't get anything. They jump.
What about calling the local sheriff's office? Like, hey, I got pulled over by these cops.
They're gonna hang up on you.
Really?
Yes.
You saying God as if it's already past tense or like right when it happens?
So you're driving your car, you get pulled over, and you see the cruiser. Hopefully, and like normally the numbers are on where the license plate will be at, right? LA Wilkes. In some jurisdictions, okay.
Every car is marked.
Yep. So I got pulled over. This is the sheriff's office. I got pulled over by this marked car 354. Just calling in. My name is John Smith. My social such. Just calling in, and you hang up the phone. And so you telling me that the sheriff's office will just hang up on you, huh, LA Wilkes?
No, what you need to do is call 911.
That's what I was just about to say.
Now, why 911? Why not an oversight?
911 calls are always recorded. They can't be erased. Nobody has access to them. And I'm sorry, it's a public access. So if you want to be safe, transparency is the thing that kills all the corruption. Call 911, keep them on the phone because all this is being recorded. Keep them on the phone. Or have your cell phone out to make recordings. Like a lot of this stuff can be dated. And once again, if people go into a situation with some type of good faith and not get offended when things happen, cops or the citizens, a lot of this stuff wouldn't happen.
I'm telling you.
I got the perfect solution.
Black Rick, look in the back chat, man.
I do have the perfect solution. Stop committing crimes. Then they'll pull you over. You'll never have this problem.
Well, Gary, right now, they wanted to where, want all black people to be scared that even if you are getting pulled over because, your license plate light might be out, you got to go into the whole, let me freak, let me put my hands on the steering wheel, don't move and wait. They got everybody in that mindset.
MRM, that's still a crime when your paperwork ain't good.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the problem with black folk. Well, I just drive with the insurance a little run out. I mean, come on, it's still a crime, brothers.
Well, guys, on that note, I do got to get the hell up out of here. Salute to everybody in the chat. Guys, if you are listening to me in the show, the solution, make sure your tags are up to date. Make sure you're not speeding. Make sure you stop at that stop sign. Stop smoking weed in the car, and make sure you're, when the police come, and you do happen to have your gun, make sure you tell the police officer, my gun is on the passenger seat. Or in the glove compartment, officer, something like that. Or if you get pulled over, don't get mad if they say your windows are tinted, because 9 times out of 10 they're tinted. That will prevent a lot of things from happening. Guys, I gotta get the hell up out of here. Salute to everybody, man. Thank you, MRM, Blacks, LA Wilkes, R Payne, Gary, of course,
all right, bro. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace. Guys, thank you so much for coming to the Lapeef Network. Next week, I'm going to talk about Star Wars or something.
Yes.
Something more.
Star Trek, please.
I'm going to talk about was the Empire bad? Something like that. Because these political, social commentary on trending topics are too much for people. I think I'm going to do something like that. Let's talk about Avatar next week. Salute to you guys, by the way. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, peace. Guys, thank you so much for coming through. Peace. I'll be back next week, though. I gotta clean up this. There we go.